and gentlemen, now let me greet you first in Hungarian. Üdvözlet minden magyar barátosnak, if this was more or less okay. The title of our panel, or the title of this session, is Fight Club. I don't know who of you watched the movie, the film Fight Club, but the first rule of the Fight Club was, you do not talk about Fight Club. Well, we are going to break this rule, because as far as the globalism versus sovereign countries, sovereign states, this very issue is concerned, we have to speak up loudly and clearly. So we will be breaking this rule. Europe faces many threats, but the greatest challenge, probably the greatest challenge for Europe, for the European system, is Europe itself. Europe which suffocates free speech, which punishes innovation and weakens our defense. And basically, we have to deal with those internal issues before we really will be able to address the external problems, the external ones, like Russia, like illegal migration and distribution of illegal migration, like the expansion of the world of Islam, or China. Let me now outline these new structures of global capitalism after the recent changes, very briefly. Protectionism is no longer a dirty word. It's a kind of rule. It's a kind of new name of the game, with China subsidizing everything and protecting its market for the last 20, 30 years on the back of the transatlantic world. But quite recently also, the tariffs imposed by President Trump also marked the era of protectionism. So the gap between the global north and the global south is also deepening. What seems to be the end of the globalization era in the global north means the dawn of new globalization for the global south, but with China as the main guarantor, partner, and sponsor. So quite a change before our very eyes. The next element, next factor, is the illegal migration. We probably faced the biggest human migration in the history of humankind in those times. And it's worth noticing as well that global capitalism is mutating. Whether we discuss the platform capitalism like Robert Reich is saying, or surveillance capitalism, Shoshana Zuboff, or we talk about the new Middle Ages, one thing is certain: the platforms, digital platforms, gain at significance. And nation states, sovereign nation states, become weaker and weaker vis-à-vis those platforms, those international, multinational corporations. And we have to take this into account while discussing those very basic issues about globalism versus sovereign states. I dare to speak to you today, not just for Poland, but I believe I speak for many people, many open society, open data. This is the only way going forward. And yes, it did bring some prosperity, but at the same time it brought a lot of new challenges. The open society, open borders, open data. You can imagine what kind of challenges there are. And Poland knows all too well what kind of threats and costs this era of last globalization brought with it. And I'm sure my Hungarian friends and friends from Czech Republic, from all the Central Europe, know this very well as well. But today the global system, once a fast highway, looks more like a fragile web. And supply chains are breaking, tech monopolies are on the rise, and geopolitical tensions gain momentum. So let's be honest, the global order as we know is over. The age of hyper-globalization is giving way to a new era, the era of regional resilience. The era of globalists, I believe, and I hope, is also over. Now we must choose, build real autonomy, real strategic autonomy, sovereignty based on sovereign states, or be reduced to actors in someone else's play. More control. International institutions like the European Commission usurped huge powers into their hands, not given to them, not transferred to them in the Treaty of Rome and Treaty of Lisbon. They are taking those powers, utilizing the weakness of national states. The European Commission is sticking its nose everywhere. It's sticking its nose in the sovereign states, and they have no rights to decide about many things, but they have been actually able to do so based on the relative weakness of sovereign states within the European Union. And we have to change it. Let me now focus briefly on sovereignty in the era of digital age. Today, 90% of global data flows through foreign controlled infrastructure in Hungary, in Poland, but also in Germany and in other countries of the European Union. Let me put it simply. Data, the lifeblood of the modern world, flows through cables and servers we don't own. So I think it's a food for thought for all of us. Chips made in East Asia control our future, and public systems are on foreign servers. AI, quite a popular topic recently. I try to connect AI and sovereignty, those two dimensions. Look, let me put a following thesis in front of you, a following point. The sovereignty is also about deregulation, deregulation in the European Union. Why is that? Look at AI. We have the thickest rule books on AI in the European Union. We have the most stringent manuals about the AI. But meanwhile, we don't have the AI in the European Union. Why is that? Because of the red tape, because the over-regulation in the European Union, and sovereign states have to ensure that the future is in our hands and not in the hands of the European Commission. If we don't do this, we will be under huge competitive pressure from other regions abroad. So sovereignty is not about isolation. Sovereignty, it's about building strong foundations so we can trade, partner, innovate without giving our identity. And what is the deepest structural issue in the European Union? I call it the impossible trinity. This is a fundamental dilemma, a catch-22 type of dilemma for the European Union. And it means that we cannot simultaneously go after three major objectives: the defense, enhancing defense system, of time, I'm putting this argument and this thesis in front of you. That's the major dilemma. And Europe has to change completely its the way how it is operating. And I tell you, there are many ideas, but I'm going to briefly mention only a couple of those. First, we have to have broad-based deregulation in many sectors. Second, implementation of the freedom to provide services. Yes, freedom to provide services, even if included in the Treaty of Rome, has not been implemented. Number three, promotion of small and mid-sized entrepreneurship. And number four, bold industrial strategy, which I call designed and crafted in Europe 2030. So a couple of closing statements, a couple of closing remarks, dear friends. The question is not whether we should engage with the world. It is how do we engage without losing ourselves, without losing sovereignty. Yes, we will trade. Yes, we will travel. Yes, we will cooperate. But we won't give up right to choose how we grow, whom we welcome to our sovereign states, and what values we pass on. History is our compass. Technology is our tool. Sovereignty is our foundation. And regional resilience is the way forward. We need a liberation from this madness of illegal migration. We need a liberation from the Green Deal. We need a liberation from censorship. And we need a liberation from the leftist ideology. Alien, Hozofios, Tabarok, Kozoti, Baratshak. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem. Thank you very much, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki. Hölgyeim és uraim, most egy igazán különleges és személyes Q&A beszélgetés következik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morawiecki. We'll have a very special Q&A discussion with two guests whose experience, whose track record is not only exciting, but very important. Yair Netanyahu is one of the most outspoken political influencers of Israel, who is always clear about his position and whose personal stories are inevitable to understand the conflicts of the Middle East. And he is going to be seated with Brian Leib, who is an excellent analyst and a good friend of Hungarians.
Yair Netanyahu and Brian Leib.
Good afternoon, Budapest. Before we begin this very important conversation, I'd like to ask everyone in the audience to please rise for a brief moment of silence in memory of the two Israeli diplomats that were brutally murdered in Washington, D.C. last week, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky. Thank you. May their memories be a blessing, and may we never, ever become numb to the evil forces in this world. Thank you again. So listen, it is an absolute honor to be back here in Budapest for CPAC Hungary. Today, we stand at the crossroads between sovereignty and globalism. And this conversation with my dear friend Yair Netanyahu could not be more urgent than it is today. As nation states, we face unprecedented internal and external threats, and we gather here as patriots to affirm that national identity, regional security, moral clarity still matter. So let's jump right into the Q&A with our special guest here today. Yair, why do you believe that Israel's war is not just a regional conflict, but the frontline battle of Western civilization against barbarism? You know, you have the so-called Free Palestine movement has become a vehicle for this Red-Green Alliance, Islamists, radical Marxists, who seek to destroy the West from within. If Israel falls, what is going to stand in the way for Europe and America being next?
Thank you, Brian. I want to just say first that such a pleasure to be here in CPAC and in Hungary and in Budapest. I almost feel like at home when I'm in Budapest and in Hungary. I've been here so many times, and every time I enjoy the city and the people so much. Thank you. And really, as a conservative, as an Israeli, and as a Jewish person, there isn't almost anywhere in the world that I feel as safe and welcome as I am in Hungary and in Budapest. And I want to thank to the Hungarian people and Prime Minister Orbán for the steadfast support to Israel and the great alliance we have between our countries. And we are deeply appreciative for the support of Hungary to Israel. So thank you for that. Following up your question, Brian, it's important to understand that the riots and the so-called protests of the pro-Palestinian title that we see in the West, that we see in Western Europe, that we see in North America, it's not really about Israel and it's not really about the Palestinians. The Palestinian flag is the new version, updated version of the hammer and sickle communist red flag. It's the symbol of the desire to destroy the Western civilization as we know it. And Israel is the beginning, but it's definitely not the end. They call the Islamists in the Middle East, call Israel the small Satan, America the big Satan, and Europe is the middle-sized Satan, yeah, somewhere in between. Geographically, though, it's closer to the Muslim world. And there is this phenomena of this red-green alliance. If you're not aware of this term, red is the color of Marxists and updated they have different reasons why they want to destroy it. The Marxists want to destroy the Western civilization in order to build this utopian Marxist society that can only take place after the current society is destroyed. The Islamists want to have a Sharia Islamic world, but they have the same goal, which is the destruction of Western civilization. And Israel is just the first target because they think it's the easiest because we are the smallest. And in their plan, once they're done with Israel, they're going to come after Europe and they're going to come after America. And the Islamist protests in the Middle East, they chant, after Saturday comes Sunday. First we take care of the Jews, then we're going to take care of the Christians. And you see in the protests, the pro-Palestinian protests, the pro-Israeli protests, for example, in America, they wave the American flag. They sing the American national anthem at the end of the rally. In Britain, they are waving the Union Jack and they sing God Save the King. But in the pro-Palestinian protests in the UK, in America, they burn the American flag. they burn the British flag. If it's in Germany, they burn the German flags. They burn the French flag. It's not really about Israel, and it's not really about the Palestinians. It's the desire to destroy Western civilization.
Yeah, you touched on something very important there. First, they come for the Saturday people, i.e. the Jews. Then they come for the Sunday people. So why is, Israel so important to the Christian community, in your opinion? And maybe briefly tell the audience a little bit more, what happened to Bethlehem after the Oslo Accords?
So I guess we all know the importance of Israel to Christianity. Our roots, we have common roots. Jesus was born and raised as a Jew in the province of Judea his whole life, and all of his disciples were Jewish, and St. Paul was Jewish. But besides that, Israel is the only safe haven for Christianity and Christians in the Middle East. Throughout the Middle East, the Christians are being ethnically cleansed and persecuted, and most of them have already fled the region. The only country in the Middle East that Christian population is not declining but is rising is Israel. And this holy city of Bethlehem, where Jesus Christ was born, it's a great example for the importance of Israel as the guardian of Christianity and Christians in the Middle East. Up until the Oslo Accords in 1993, Israel controlled Bethlehem, and the population was 80% Christian, the population of the city.
Shocking. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit about foreign influence. Qatar has poured billions of dollars into American universities, transforming elite institutions into echo chambers, woke campuses that are all anti-Western, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, and anti-Judeo-Christian values. How do you think we allowed this influence to happen from both Iran, Qatar, other bad actors to take such deep root in the education system in America?
It is a big problem, and a lot of people assume that Qatar is exactly like other Gulf countries, like the UAE or Saudi Arabia. It is not. It's a Muslim Brotherhood regime, which has been outlawed in most Arab Muslim countries. It's outlawed in Saudi Arabia, it's outlawed in Egypt, it's outlawed in the UAE. The Muslim Brotherhood ideology is the ideology of Hamas, the organization, of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and all these other nice organizations, and they are the chief sponsors of all of these organizations. The headquarters of Hamas is in Qatar, which is the equivalent of Afghanistan hosting bin Laden and Al-Qaeda after 9/11. Qatar is interested in the destruction of money into the media, into social media as well, into politics, and they are brainwashing European youth and American youth to hate Western civilization, to hate their countries, to hate their heritage, their Christian heritage, and their national pride, to lose faith in their national pride and patriotism. So it is a big problem, not just for Israel, but for the entire West.
Let's briefly touch on Iran. We all know Iran chants death to America, death to Israel, as you said, big Satan, little Satan. It is relentless in their pursuit of a nuclear weapon. They have been since the regime changed power in 1979. I think we can both agree that it's one of probably the greatest threats, not just facing Israel, not just facing America, but facing the free world as a whole. How do you think we should handle that nuclear threat with Iran? If you could wave a magic wand, what would you do?
So first of all, it's important for Europeans to understand that Iran is not just Israel's problem, it's all of the Western civilization problem. It's a Europe problem, it's American problem. This regime that took control in 1979 after the Islamic Revolution has radical Shia Islamist ideology, which is no different than Al-Qaeda and ISIS and any other terror organization. Yes, they are Shia and they are Sunni, but Hezbollah is a Shia terror organization that they are funding, and the Houthis. And it's like having a terrorist organization holds nuclear weapon. Israel is already way in the range of the existing missiles of Iran that will be able to carry a nuclear weapon. But they're not satisfied with this. They are building long-range missiles, intercontinental missiles that can reach to the eastern coast of the United States and, of course, can cover all of European soil. And when you have a radical Islamist regime holding the world as a hostage for their whim because they have a nuclear power and they threaten a nuclear World War III that will probably be the end of humanity. For every time they're not happy about something, this is something that will not only affect Israel, it will affect the daily lives and the peace of Europe, of America, and of the entire world.
Couldn't agree more. It's such a major threat, and it's been such a major threat for a long time. And I think your father and a lot of the leaders in Israel have done a remarkable job doing what has to be done. So your father should be very proud of what he's done so far.
Thank you. I agree.
So let's close, Yair, with another critical long-term threat, the deep state. We have the deep state in America. We see the deep state in Israel. Israel is fighting on three fronts. You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, and you also have its own deep state. President Trump imposed sweeping sanctions on the ICC. Prime Minister Orbán withdrew Hungary from this jurisdiction when he welcomed your father here in Budapest just recently. And in the United States, we have unelected judges that are attempting to override the will of the people and sideline President Trump. Similar things are happening in Israel against your father. What do you make of these deep state threats to the sovereignty of all of our nations?
So, first of all, I want to thank Prime Minister Orbán and President Trump for fighting against the ICC. The ICC is the head of the snake of the globalist deep state network. They're trying to uproot the sovereignty of democracies and Western countries and prevent them to be able to fight terrorism and to protect themselves. It's not just Israel's problems, it's a problem of all democracies facing terrorist threats, which include Europe and America for sure. And President Trump, America is not part of the ICC, but they put sanctions on the ICC, and we're deeply grateful for that. And we're deeply grateful for Prime Minister Orbán for withdrawing Hungary from the ICC. It's a courageous move, and it is the right thing to do. And we thank him for that, and to the Hungarian people. There is a trend in all of Western world, which is Europe, Brussels, EU, in America, and in Israel, which is unelected bureaucrats, unelected judicial officials, if they're judges or if they're prosecutor, that they think they know better than the public. They know better than the voters, whether it's the American voter or the European voter or the Israeli voter, and they are trying to establish a regime which is not a real democracy, but it's an oligarchy, a regime of the elite, a regime of unelected, educated, they see themselves educated, enlightened elite that rule the country instead of the people. This is very dangerous. This is a problem that Israel is facing. I think not a lot of people are aware of, but the severity of the deep state problem in Israel, it's even worse than America, worse than Brussels. It's very bad. We also face a problem of European taxpayer money, German taxpayer money, EU taxpayer money going and funding radical NGOs, anarchist, Marxist NGOs in Israel that do riots in the streets of Israel with billions of euros pouring from Europe from your taxpayer money as well, because it comes from the European Union, and funding terrorist organization in the Palestinian Authority. I think your hard-earned taxpayer money as Europeans should go to build your schools, your churches, your health system, etc., and not Palestinian terrorist organization or Israeli radical anarchists. So I'm very hopeful it will change, and I'm very hopeful that strong leaders that represent the will of their people, like my father, like Prime Minister Orbán, and like President Trump, will change this and will save Western civilization from this double threat of red-green alliance.
Well, yeah, you are entirely correct. Our Judeo-Christian values, our nations, our civilizations, they are under attack from these woke mobs and from these globalists. Together, I'm confident, and especially as the next generation of leaders in our respective entities, we're going to fight back, and we're going to win. There's no other option. We have to win. You have Prime Minister Orbán and Hungarian leaders here today that have reminded us that borders matter, cultures matter, and sovereignty matters. The West will endure, but only if all of us are bold enough to defend it. Let us all work together to fight, and to fight. May God bless Hungary, may God bless Israel, and may God bless the United States of America. Yair Netanyahu, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is already at the forefront of the sovereignist movement. As a provincial representative opposed left-wing for the first time at CPAC Hungary live, the freedom fighter of the Southern Hemisphere, Noel Sodalo.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Es un verdadero honor para mí estar hoy aquí. Quiero expresar mi sincero agradecimiento
Ladies and
al
gentlemen, it's an
Centro de
honor
Derechos
for me to be
Fundamentales
here, and I'd
por
like
esta
to
distinguida
express my
invitación.
gratitude to the Center for
Mi
Fundamental
nombre
Rights for
es
the
Nahuel
invitation.
Sotelo. Soy secretario de Culto y
My
Civilización de la
name is
Nación
Noel
Argentina.
Sotelo.
Soy el
I'm
secretario de Estado más joven de la
State
administración
Secretary
Milei.
of the Religious
De manera
Ministry
muy
of
resumida,
the
la
Argentine
Secretaría de
government. I'm
Culto y
one of the
Civilización es una
youngest
secretaría fusionada por Javier Milei para combatir la Agenda 2030 y los delirios que a veces se promueven en las Naciones Unidas y otros organismos internacionales. Es una secretaría que no solo defiende la libertad religiosa, sino también los fundamentos de nuestra cultura. Debo decirles algo. Europa ha arruinado mis sueños y los sueños de muchos
Europe has
argentinos.
destroyed my
¿Por qué?
dreams and the
En
dreams
mi
of
país,
many
desde muy
Argentine
pequeño,
de hecho, es el sueño de muchos jóvenes y niños conocer el viejo continente, la cuna de la civilización. Lamentablemente, hoy la Europa con la que soñamos desde niños ya no existe, ha caído. Y al ritmo que cae Europa, mis hijos nunca llegarán a conocer ese continente que antes de los europeos.
responsibility
Voy a poner un
lies with
ejemplo. Si
Europeans.
Miklos me invita a su casa
Let me
y yo
tell you an
cuando
example. If
entro
Miklos
comienzo a
invites me into
romper
his home and
su
I
sillón, sus platos,
arrive
su
and I start
televisor,
destroying
sus
his
herramientas,
TV, his
el
armchair, his
problema no
dishes,
es
his
solo lo que
utensils.
yo hago,
The problem is
sino
not
que Miklos
just
no
what I
reaccione.
do,
Y si
but what
además de
Miklos
no
does not
reaccionar
react to,
justifica o aplaude
but
mis
that
actos,
Miklos actually
entonces
does
la
not react.
responsabilidad
And
del
if he not
desastre
only does not
recae
react,
en
but
él.
justifies
Del
or
mismo
praises
modo,
my actions,
Europa
then the
no puede
responsibility
culpar
for the
solo a los
disaster
factores
lies with him.
externos.
Same way
La
Europe
decadencia
cannot blame
también
external
es
factors
responsabilidad
alone.
de quienes desde
Responsibility
adentro
for decline
permiten o
lies with
celebran
those
su
who from
propia
within
destrucción.
enable or
Yo sé
welcome their own
perfectamente lo que es vivir
destruction.
bajo las ideas
I
contrarias
know
a los valores
exactly what it is
fundacionales de un
like
país.
to live according
Argentina lo
to
fue
ideas
hasta
that
el 10 de
run
diciembre de
counter to a
2023,
country's fundamental
cuando Javier
values.
Milei
Argentina
ganó
was
las
like
elecciones y
that
recuperamos
until the
nuestros
10th of
valores
December
y
2023,
recuperamos
until Javier
nuestra
Milei
patria.
won the elections and we
Hoy, la gestión
regained
de mi
our
presidente
values, we
es reconocida
regained
como
our
el milagro
country.
argentino.
Today,
Mientras en
my
América del
president's
Sur, nuestro
policies are
país
called the
libra una batalla
Argentine
gigantesca
miracle,
por
while
las
in
ideas
South
de la
America,
libertad. En Europa, las ideas contrarias a la civilización avanzan. Les traje algunos ejemplos. Voy a leer resoluciones de las Naciones Unidas votadas en el 2024. Son muchas, pero solamente daré 2 por cuestiones de tiempo. De dónde vengan, sino resolución de pueblos indígenas.
would like to mention
En esta
that
resolución, en uno de los
it's
apartados,
not
dice
only
respetar
here it's
la
not talking about original
autodeterminación
people but
territorial de
indigenous
los
people. In one of the
pueblos.
paragraphs
Y en
it
materia de
says
salud,
respect
respetar
for the
pueblos
right of
indígenas.
indigenous people to territorial
No sé si lo sabrán,
self-determination
pero a mí
is
me ha tocado
crucial,
vivir
and
en
to
una
also
provincia de pueblos originarios. ¿Saben cuáles eran las tradiciones ancestrales? Que los caciques inicien sexualmente a las niñas a partir del Estado argentino, donde todos somos iguales ante la ley. Voy al siguiente ejemplo, también una resolución de Naciones Unidas votada en el 2024. El texto y el título dice, es una resolución para la eliminación del racismo, la discriminación racial, la xenofobia, etc. ¿Quién podría oponerse a ese título? Yo creo que nadie. Pero escuchen lo que dice en uno de sus apartados. Estamos alarmados ante la propagación en muchas partes del mundo de movimientos extremistas y racistas de diversa índole, basados en ideologías programas nacionalistas. Por supuesto me pregunto, ¿desde cuándo amar
de
derecha
a tu
país y creer esto libre mercado es un delito? Repito, es una resolución de Naciones Unidas que toma partido directamente. A lo que promete directamente en la soberanía nacional de cada país. Y dice, un mecanismo internacional de expertas y expertos independientes integrados por tres especialistas en cumplimiento de la ley y derechos humanos, cuyo objetivo es promover un es decir, se mete cambio transformador en favor de la justicia y la igualdad racial
en el contexto de las fuerzas
Of course, it also proposes an investigation into government's responses to protest
Luego habla de que por los males del colonialismo. Y por último, hace un llamamiento y dice tal cual a todos los gobiernos para que al fondo fiduciario. Se entiende que después de calificar a la derecha, que contribuyan generosamente al fondo fiduciario. Se entiende que después de calificar a la derecha, las resoluciones como racista y proponer un comité de expertos para vigilar a las fuerzas de seguridad llaman a los que no hablan ni de vida ni de familia. Quiero ser claro con ustedes. El 90% de los Estados miembros no lo hicieron. Es decir, que se han metido directamente directamente contra la soberanía de cada una de sus naciones y de ustedes. La civilización occidental no nació de la nada, nació de la fusión de tres grandes herencias. La fe en el Dios de Israel, que nos dio la certeza de que la verdad no se somete al dominio del hombre, la ley de la República de Roma, que nos mostró que el orden es el fundamento de la libertad, la democracia de Atenas, que nos reveló que la dignidad humana florece en la participación y la responsabilidad. Sin estos tres pilares no hay Occidente. Sin estos fundamentos no hay Europa, no hay Argentina, no hay libertad. No tengamos miedo de dar esta batalla. No hay mal que no pueda. No tengamos miedo de dar esta batalla. No hay mal que no pueda ser vencido por el bien, ni ideología perversa que no pueda ser derrotada por las ideas justas. Argentina es hoy un claro ejemplo de que las ideas de la libertad están venciendo a la izquierda. La valentía nuestro país ha retomado la defensa de Javier Milei y no solo inspira a nuestra nación, sino que se ha convertido en mi familia. Esta visión nos impulsa a construir una nación que protege la vida, garantiza la libertad y respeta la propiedad famosa frase que se le atribuye a Thomas Jefferson. Pero como dice la libertad, esa famosa frase que se le atribuye a Thomas Jefferson, el precio de la libertad sin miedo a los valores fundacionales. Digamos con claridad y convicción que Occidente es el Dios de Israel. Y para cerrar, quiero reafirmar con firmeza el reclamo irrenunciable de la República Argentina sobre nuestras Islas Malvinas, Georgias del Sur, Sandwich del Sur y los espacios marítimos e insulares correspondientes. Es hora de los valientes, es hora de los patriotas. Y recuerden que aunque a veces pareciera que nos quedamos solos, no se olviden que la victoria en la guerra no depende del número de soldados, sino de las fuerzas que vienen del cielo. Que Dios nos acompañe en esta noble causa por la verdad, la libertad y la patria. Muchas gracias.
May God guide us in his noble cause for justice, freedom.
Most pedig szeretném a színpadra szólítani Maria Fernanda Cabal, a Democratic Center szenátorát Kolumbiából, Gustavo Leite, paraguayi szenátor, és a beszélgetés moderátorát, Farkas Vajkot, az Alapjogokért Központ madridi irodavezetőjét.
Farkas, director for the Madrid Department for the Center for Fundamental Rights.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a hablar en español, así que muy buenas tardes a todos. Pongan los auriculares. Vamos a hablar en español, así que cuando estamos hablando de la civilización occidental, obviamente no solamente se trata de Europa y de América del Norte, sino de toda Iberoamérica. Y es por esto que nuestro centro, desde hace más de un año, está trabajando en Madrid en su oficina con la misión.
So that is why it's very important that our center for more than a year now has created
los patriotas húngaros y
created relationship with Latin America. And our goal is to create and to
de América, y es por esto que en este CPAC también hay numerosos ponentes de
many warriors have came today.
Esta región hay muchos luchadores de esta región y muchísimas gracias a vosotros tres, María. No he hablado sobre otros dos organizaciones que es Foro Sao Paulo y Grupo de Puebla. Es la Internacional Narcocomunista de América Latina. Y justamente uno de los políticos quizás más extraños de esta internacional es Gustavo Petro, que es presidente de Colombia, que tenéis que padecer desde 2022, que es un político típico narcocomunista, porque es comunista, pero también defiende que la cocaína no es más peligroso que el whisky. María, ¿cómo aguantáis un gobierno como esto ahí en Colombia?
Es una de las peores experiencias que ha tenido mi país, que ha sido un país con una historia de violencia desde su origen, un país con pocos periodos de tranquilidad y paz, y que vuelve y se sumerge bajo la amenaza del narcotráfico y de la corrupción. Colombia hoy es bajo la amenaza es el mayor exportador de cocaína al mundo y eligió, y hay que decirlo, con mucho dinero corrupto de la mafia y con dinero que sobrepasó los montos permitidos por la campaña. Eligió con corrupción también a Gustavo Petro, que ha sido peor que el COVID. Gustavo Petro ha puesto en jaque todas las instituciones colombianas. En Colombia hemos gozado de democracia a pesar de las dificultades. Y él hoy tiene a la gente más pobre en la miseria. Como se copia todas las ideologías, compra la agenda verde. Colombia es un país que tiene petróleo, gas y carbón y ha decidido no explorar ni explotar porque el cambio climático va a matar a la especie humana, pero vive montado en un avión contaminando el medio ambiente. Gustavo Petro nos tiene pagando el gas licuado propano,
he multiplied 3 times the price of natural gas,
y las personas de escasos recursos en Colombia al triple del valor, cuando era el energético de mayor legitimidad social y lo tenemos como recursos naturales. Ha acabado con la empresa más importante exportadora de petróleo. Estamos ahora importando muchos productos que antes nosotros exportábamos y la balanza comercial internacional es cada vez más deficitaria. Con Gustavo Petro hay 800 grupos criminales en Colombia, en 600 municipios, disputándose territorios con narcotráfico y minería ilegal. El terrorismo expande cada día al lado de las grandes ciudades. La coca se dejó de erradicar porque la historia y la narrativa romántica es que el campesino cocalero no tiene de qué vivir, o sea que le promete compra de la producción de coca, pero no se la compra al que produce otro tipo de cultivos y que los pierde. Al fin de cuentas es una narrativa muy peligrosa, es un presidente con una personalidad disfuncional, distorsionada. Yo he presentado una proposición para que se le obligue a hacerse un examen psiquiátrico y toxicológico porque no lo tenemos en la legislación. Y al final de cuentas estamos pasando por una de las experiencias más críticas para sostener la democracia en Colombia. Tiene mesas de negociación con todos los grupos ilegales en todo el país. Al ejército lo tiene replegado, disminuido, igual a la policía, y el desplazamiento de las poblaciones rurales por la violencia expande cada día. Tenemos que superar esta etapa porque el pueblo colombiano es superior a Petro. El pueblo colombiano no es Petro, que ha puesto en jaque la soberanía del país además. Decidió pelear con Israel, que es el Estado que nos apoya en la lucha contra el terrorismo, y decidió pelear con Trump para alinearse con el eje del mal. Esta es una lucha que, como ustedes saben, es espiritual, se traduce en lo material y la damos los patriotas.
Gustavo, Paraguay es una bastión de los países que se defienden de Dios, patria y familia, que está en medio de prácticamente todo un continente que está gobernado por políticos como Gustavo Petro y los de Pero eso no gustaba, no era a gusto de los demócratas ni tampoco de las ONGs internacionales. ¿Cómo es esto en Paraguay, por favor?
Antes que nada, buenas tardes a todos. Gracias una vez más a CPAC por la invitación. Porque Paraguay resiste por su paraguayidad. Paraguay resiste porque la gente de Paraguay cree en su forma de ser y en su cultura. En Paraguay, las enseñanzas de la Unión Europea sobre el progresismo, sobre la ideología de género, no hacen mella, molestan, claro, violan la ley, violan la Constitución sistemáticamente, las ONG tratando de instalar procesos
embed these processes
y
in
también en
our
el
legislation.
último periodo con el gobierno Biden tuvimos a la
Recently,
USAID
under the Biden governance, there
tirando
was the
50 millones de
USAID, which
dólares
financed
financiando
the so-called
a
progressive
los sectores
circles with
progresivos.
billions of dollars.
El mérito es del pueblo paraguayo.
The merit goes to
Yo
the
me
Paraguay
quería
people that we could
referir
resist.
porque hoy en este
And what I also
magnífico
wanted to
encuentro
mention is that there
conocí
are
a personas
extraordinary people that
extraordinarias
I've
y
met.
conocí a Shea Bradley Farrell. Y me llamó la atención una frase de su libro, le
There's
pedí
one
permiso
sentence in
para
her book that raised my attention, caught my attention. She says that the European
la
Commission
Comisión Europea actúa menos como fuerza unificadora y guardiana de los tratados de la UE que como cabecilla de la ideología progresista y debe utilizar procesos no democráticos para lograr su objetivo. Es exactamente la denuncia que hice hoy en el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Hungría con la secretaria Ilés. Nosotros queremos que Europa sepa que con la plata de ustedes se está tratando de desestabilizar a un país serio, a un país que ama a Dios, a un país que ama a la familia. Y no vamos a parar. El año pasado hemos pasado la ley para controlar y transparentar los gastos de todas las organizaciones sin fines de lucro que operan en política. Un escándalo, llanto, rechinar de dientes. Y cuando le decíamos, pues si lo único que le pedimos es transparencia, lo único que ustedes le piden a los políticos. Hasta ahora no hemos logrado que se reglamente, pero estamos trabajando. Este año hemos pasado la primera presentación de la fusión de 3 ministerios, el Ministerio de la Niñez, el Ministerio de la Juventud y el Ministerio de la Mujer en un gran Ministerio de la Familia. Porque lo que vimos es que a instancia de la Unión Europea, el Ministerio de la Mujer se hizo un ministerio para el feminismo, pero olvidó las otras funciones de la mujer que son madre, esposa, formadora. Entonces Paraguay va a seguir con su proceso de contrarreforma, contra woke, contra progresismo, contra viento y marea.
Is something that we want to fight back, among others, with bringing these ministries together under one roof.
Nahuel, la victoria de Javier Milei ha sido un terremoto en todo el continente americano y después de un año de su gobierno vemos muy buenos resultados económicos, en el caso de Argentina es muy importante, pero tampoco se olvida de la batalla cultural, no solamente en las organizaciones internacionales, pero en el caso tampoco, sino México.
No, tal cual, para nosotros, teniendo ejemplos de países cercanos que gozaban de una muy buena economía, pero que no le habían prestado atención a lo cultural, vemos que por más que la economía se arregle, como está pasando en Argentina, si no le empezás a poner el foco a lo cultural, a las universidades, a los colegios, a los sindicatos, a los medios de comunicación, si uno no le pone el foco y trabaja para que el mensaje de la presidencia llegue a la sociedad, por supuesto que no hay economía que aguante. Porque cuando nosotros hablamos desde lo racional. Pero cuando la izquierda habla desde los sentimientos. Entonces nosotros entendimos eso. También hemos seguido el caso ejemplo, como lo es Hungría. Entendimos que no solamente hace falta arreglar la economía, sino que también prestarle atención a los sentimientos, pero también a lo cultural. Argentina es un país donde nació el Che Guevara y hace 3 años atrás, si uno iba a una universidad o a un colegio secundario, se encontraba con una gorrita del Che, con la cara del Che Guevara, con frases del Che. Sin embargo, hoy vas a un colegio secundario, vas a una universidad y es mucho más fácil ver un león que representa a Milei, la peluca del presidente Milei, o incluso escritos Milei 2027 ya. Eso es el triunfo de la batalla cultural. Hoy en Argentina vos te preguntás sobre el mal que le hace el Estado a la libertad de los individuos y los chicos te lo saben contestar. Porque nunca dejamos, de hecho, el presidente nunca dejó de enseñar. Yo era uno de los chicos que iba a escucharlo hablar al presidente de economía economía y aprendía. Hace 2 días apenas el presidente juntó a todo el bloque de diputados de la nación y les empezó a dar clases de economía. Eso es lo que hace el presidente Milei, hace docencia, hace batalla cultural y por supuesto hoy la Argentina tiene una batalla económica que la está ganando.
María, después de 3 preguntas muy rápidas. María, después de Argentina, vamos a ver en América Latina más gobiernos de libertad, más gobiernos patriotas, más gobiernos de sentido común, como por ejemplo en Colombia. ¿Puede esto ocurrir en breve?
El experimento socialista que se reprodujo desde los años 20, Europa y después América Latina, después posteriormente volvió y se recicló con el socialismo del siglo XXI, que es un disfraz, porque el socialismo es una enfermedad que cambia de colores para seguir engañando incautos. Lo que vimos con Javier Milei es que logró arrebatarle la juventud al progresismo, que les dijo a estos muchachos, si siguen votando por falsas promesas, van a perder el país. Lo único que les va a quedar de oportunidad de vida es el exilio. Milei logró estrechar el camino para hacernos más fácil la reconquista de la libertad en América Latina. Milei nos ha demostrado que el valor civil y el amor de patria son esenciales para la transformación de nuestros países. Y vendrá Chile, donde el experimento socialista arruinó su sociedad y va a ganar la derecha. Y vendrá Perú, y vendrá Colombia, y yo aspiro voy a ser la primera mujer presidenta.
Y vendrán muchos más. Gustavo, Marco Rubio ha dicho que Paraguay es uno de sus aliados estratégicos en la región de Estados Unidos. ¿Crees que la llegada de Trump a la Casa Blanca va a poder cambiar el panorama político de América Latina?
Es la primera vez que recuerdo, hubo 3 inflexiones, 1945, la caída del muro de Berlín y la segunda presidencia de Trump, en que podemos ver un nuevo mundo. Algún nuevo mundo va a salir de aquí. Y también es una coincidencia para mí, creo que para nuestros amigos de Latinoamérica, que un secretario de Estado que conozca América Latina, que hable español, que haya estado en la región, tenga tanta influencia en la Casa Blanca hoy. Eso es positivo. Y Paraguay, que siempre ha sido un país chico, ha sido como una pandorga en el viento de lo que el embajador de Estados Unidos dice que pasa en Paraguay, ha decidido tener posiciones prominentes en Washington también, con los legisladores, con el Departamento de Estado y con la Casa Blanca. Así que yo auguro, creo, vamos a trabajar, nadie te regala nada, de que los mejores momentos para una relación de los próximos 50 años del país más leal de Estados Unidos en América Latina que ha venido siendo Paraguay, van a ser aún mucho mejor.
Bueno, muy rápidamente. Milei y el gobierno de Milei es un faro para toda América Latina. ¿Crees que esto va a conllevar un gran giro en el panorama político del continente?
Sí, por supuesto. Yo creo incluso que Javier Milei es un faro y el gobierno es un faro para el mundo. Justamente cuando el año pasado en Soledad la Argentina daba las batallas de estas resoluciones que yo contaba, los diarios titulaban Argentina vota en soledad. Este año, todos los países afines, no quiero citar ejemplos, pero varios países de América del Sur, varios países de Europa, nos llaman y nos consultan qué es lo que están viendo de esto. Porque hay algo perverso en todo esto. Las resoluciones de Naciones Unidas dicen, no importa, votar, total no son vinculantes. ¿Qué pasa? Después, cuando hacen algún tratado o algún acuerdo, te ponen, basado en la resolución votada en Naciones Unidas, tal cosa. Entonces se vuelve vinculante. Por eso que Javier Milei el año pasado, el primer año de su gobierno, haya dado esta batalla en los organismos internacionales, yo creo sin dudas que ha marcado y se ha convertido en un faro para el mundo.
Pues muchísimas gracias a nuestros ponentes, a por más gobiernos patriotas y de libertad en América Latina. Muchísimas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Muchas gracias por los panelistas. Hölgyeim és uraim, itt van közöttünk egy vezető, aki történelmet ír. Eddig már 3-szor tért vissza a hatalomba, határozottan elutasítja a migrációs kvótákat és a gender ideológiát. Legutóbbi kormányalakítása után elsőként állította le a fegyverszállításokat Ukrajnába. Biztosan önök is emlékeznek rá, hogy tavaly májusban politikai merényletet követtek el ellene. Rálőttek, többször is meglőtték. A támadás után azt írta a social média oldalán, kedves progresszív, liberális média és ellenzék, sajnálom, de túléltem és visszatértem. Szóval még humora is van. Mára teljesen felépült, ennek nagyon örülünk, és óriási megtiszteltetés, hogy itt van most a CPAC Hungary színpadán személyesen is. Fogadják nagyon-nagyon sok szeretettel Szlovákia miniszterelnökét, Robert Ficót!
Prime Minister of Slovakia.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies, thank you. I will have a lot of problems in my country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Dear friends, first of all, I want me what reason several people to speak at CPAC have asked me what reasons I have to speak, or as I did at CPAC conferences in the United States. Yes, as I do now, a leftist. Or as I did recently in the United States. Yes, I am a social democrat, but not of Brussels kind. First of all, interests of my fellow citizens and the national interests of Slovakia. I am a supporter of the idea of a strong welfare state. I am a strong statist. I am a strong. At the same time, I want to be perceived as a reliable and constructive partner in international organizations in which we consider our membership to be naturally important for us. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes it seems impossible to reconcile the protection of national interests with the international demands and ideas of our especially larger partners in the European Union. However, I do not intend to leave the idea of a sovereign Slovak foreign policy oriented towards all four cardinal points of the world and the consistent protection of the Slovak interests in the name of the perverse philosophy of a single mandatory political opinion. I do not want to see our sovereignty and national identity melt away in the genderless, supranational, international structures, especially those in Brussels. And I certainly do not intend to sacrifice the essence of Slovakia, which is based on more than 1,000 years of Christian tradition of family as a fundamental component of our society and strong anti-fascism. As a fundamental component of our society, I act and strong. I am behind the important amendment of the Slovak Constitution, which defines marriage as a unique union between a man and a woman. On behalf important amendment of the Slovak Constitution, which defines on behalf of the as a unique union government between a man and a woman. On behalf of the government, I submitted to Parliament a further constitutional amendment. On behalf of the government, I submitted to Parliament a further concerning the existence of only two genders, or the conditions for the adoption of children. As a strong leftist, I have no problem spending the night with the people this year in Moscow tomorrow to support 60,000 soldiers who died during the liberation of Slovakia. As an anti-fascist, ladies and gentlemen, if such sovereign and values-based behavior is a crime in Europe, we are on a very bad and dangerous path. If a political activist of the Slovak opposition wanted to assassinate me for my political positions, we are on an even more dangerous path. Very conflicts and disputes over the understanding of national sovereignty and identity do not only take place at the national level, even more dangerous in the EU. Together with my friend Viktor Orbán, I clearly oppose mandatory quotas and the wrong approach to illegal migration at a time when nuclear energy was taboo in the European Union. Viktor Orbán, I pushed for the completion of 2 more nuclear mandatory in Slovakia. I am an uncompromising advocate of respect for the rules of international law. Slovakia does not have enough fighter jets, missiles, drones, and ammunition to enforce its ideas by military force. If we withdrew Slovak troops from Iraq, we did so because the war was a flagrant violation of international law with a huge civilian casualties. I am talking about the same gross violation of international law now in relation to the war in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been in politics since 1991. I mean in top Slovak politics. And I cannot remember so much nervousness and aggressiveness accumulated in the international community. I've been in politics since from outbreaks of wars to trade wars to disrespect in international politics. So much nervousness. The European Union, instead of playing an honest peacekeeping role and giving priority to diplomatic efforts, to trade is subject to this nervousness and aggressiveness
in equal measure. The European Union, any opinion instead of different from the only correct one that is mandatory to diplomatic
pursued particularly by big players in the European Union, is immediately suppressed. All we have to do is to express, for instance, a different opinion about the president of Ukraine, or to refuse to give arms to Ukraine despite the fact that we are helping it in every other way, or to call the strategy of the European Commission to stop all energy supplies from Russia as economically damaging and undermining the EU's competitiveness. The reaction will come, or to call the strategy of the European Commission to stop all energy supplies from Russia as economically damaging and undermining the EU's competitiveness. Have received the message will come immediately. From a particularly nervous new German Chancellor. Have received the message, in short, from a particularly nervous new German Chancellor. If you do not obey and you continue with your sovereign positions, if you do not support one single mandatory political opinion concerning Ukraine and the obligation to spread hatred against Russia, you will be punished. For example, by suspension of EU funds or withdrawal of voting rights. No one, ladies and gentlemen, in the European Union, no one, in a peaceful and democratic project should have the right to treat other peaceful and democratic project should have the right to treat other member states in this way, regardless of their size and economic strength. The strength is not criticized today for the gross violation of human rights, lies in the rule of law or democracy. Respect and the rejection of the dictates of the stronger is what had Slovakia is not criticized today in 2023 rights when we were in the opposition illegally arrested and accused when the mouths of the free media were shut, when innocent people were dying in detention. Arrested and accused. Where were the great democracies and the European Union as a whole when innocent people, if they have no realistic response to the war? Where were the great democracies and the European Union as a whole in Ukraine today, if they which have no realistic response, has been the victim of the senseless prone, which is a country, has been the victim of this military conflict, if the answer is only to build a new iron curtain between you of individual member states on legitimate issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have to expect unprecedented decisions, such as, for example, the abolition of the right of veto of EU member states and its replacement by qualified majority voting. The time may indeed come when there will be punishments for having, however, a sovereign opinion on EU competitiveness or the war in Ukraine. Before that, one thing I do know, however, for sure, and take this opportunity to send my warning as far as I want to warn and take this opportunity to send my political opinion. The abolition of the veto, the punishment of the sovereign and the brave, the new Iron Curtain, path of democracy. War over this is the precursor of the common European military conflict. This is a departure from that. The ladies and gentlemen, that I intend to support. This is not EU vision that I intend to support. Be built on the principle of unity in diversity. The union should be built on the principle of unity in diversity. Responses to our sovereign opinions. Irritated responses to our sovereign opinions. Discussion about the Together, we should launch a constructive discussion about the EU's future. In the union's institutions. After all, we see that trust in the union's institutions is deeply eroded of individual members of the European Commission, individual members of the European Commission, strategies, or the various and roadmaps that have led us to economic decline, loss of competitiveness, visions, strategies, concepts, and roadmaps that have led us to economic decline, loss of competitiveness, and unprecedented security challenge in the Union. And our small Slovakia have also invested tens of billions of euros in the European Union. And our voice must carry weight in such a dialogue. And if we truly care about peace, we must be willing to communicate, we must even with those who are often demonized like Russia. Only in this way we can end the war in Ukraine, which is weakening us all, and in recent weeks significantly threatening us, given the increasingly irresponsible saber-rattling by most European countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude with a challenge. Let our diversity, sovereignty, and national identity be our strength, be our strength. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
A leading figure in the fight against anti-Semitism, he's a minister in
Soros
Israel.
Györgyöt a
He's
zsidó
known
nép
for his
egyik
courageous
legnagyobb
statements,
ellenségének
such as one
nevezte.
he called
Orbán
George
Viktor
Soros, one of the
viszont
greatest
Európa
enemies of
egyik
Jewish
legnagyobb vezetőjének tartja,
However, he
és
considers
Izrael
Viktor
igazi
Orbán to be one
barátjának.
of Europe's
Fogadják
greatest
szeretettel
leaders
Amihály
and
Siklit!
friend of Israel. Please welcome Amihály Siklit on stage.
Good afternoon. In 2007, good afternoon. Yusuf al-Qaradawi. In 2007, the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, Yusuf al-Qaradawi, the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, spoke on Qatari television He said, will conquer Europe. I believe that Islam, not by sword, will conquer Europe. Not by sword, but spreading Islam through persuasion, means words, spreading Islam through persuasion, words, influence, until it conquers. It will continue to spread. It continues until it conquers the entire world, Islamic Caliphate, east and west, and restores the Islamic Caliphate to its glory. Qatar, Hamas, this vision shared by Qardawi, Qatar, Hamas, and Erdogan, it is no longer just an idea. It is unfolding before our very eyes. The world watched in earlier this week as an invisible hand slapped the face of Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron, we wish him a fast recovery. As the new Emmanuel Macron cast himself as the new torchbearer of the Palestinian liberation movement. Came with the publication, but a far louder slap came with the publication of the French government's report on the infiltration of the Muslim Brotherhood in France. The report showed that the Muslim Brotherhood is the gravest threat facing France, Britain, Belgium, Germany, Austria, Britain, Canada, and the US, and the entire Western world, including Australia, Canada, and the US. In its fanatical the danger lies not only in its fanatical ideology and culture, one that seeks to suppress all other faiths and cultures and impose Sharia law upon all humanity. Its end game, but also in its identical to the one of ISIS end game and Al-Qaeda, is identical to the one of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. It conceals its intentions, but it means defer. Velvet gloves. It conceals its intentions. The authors of the French report are unequivocal. The authors of the French report are unequivocal with the state. The Muslim Brotherhood does not seek dialogue with the state. It seeks to bypass it, replace it, weaken it, and ultimately replace it. Infiltrate Muslim communities. Its strategy is simple. Build alternative education. Infiltrate Muslim communities. Build alternative education institutions. Establish unelected union school cultural NGOs. Penetrate local government union schools cultural NGOs. And finally, portray the state as a moral bankrupt alternative, offering a so-called pure and moral alternative. Senior Brotherhood figure in Austria, as Jamal Murad, a senior Brotherhood figure in Austria, openly declared, we do not engage in social work unless there is a clear political objective behind it. The Brotherhood has built hundreds of organizations, schools, mosques, charities all across Europe, politically serving a single mission to promote political Islam and dismantle Western norms and way of life. Anti-Semitism. The data must be even in the context of anti-Semitism, the data must be laid bare. In the streets of Maccabi Tel Aviv fans that were attacked brutally in the streets of Amsterdam, but were not assaulted by Dutch national people, but by pro-Palestinian Islamist migrants. Was not raped the 12-year-old Jewish girl in France was not raped by Frenchmen, but by Islamist barbarians. The overwhelming majority of violent anti-Semitic incidents in Europe have been perpetrated by radicalist Islam, schools, Islamists, and at home while incited in mosques, schools, jihadists, and at home while watching Al Jazeera. The jihadist propaganda channel from Turkey and Qatar. The Brotherhood's primary funding flows from Turkey and Qatar. After his expulsion same from Qatar Egypt. That embraced Qardawi. Additional funds after his expulsion from Egypt. But not only. Additional funds comes from charities, but not only. European sources EU reports that from ECR and other European sources have exposed that over 40 million euros in taxpayer money official warnings of their ties to terror and the Muslim despite official warnings of their ties to terror and the Muslim Brotherhood organizations. Is financing, in other words, destruction. Europe is financing its own destruction. At such a critical moment, we need more than ever leadership with moral clarity and courage. At such a critical moment, we need more than ever In recent years, we are seeing leadership emerging with moral clarity and courage. In Spain, with our friends in recent years, we are seeing such leaders emerging in Nacional. In Spain, with our friends at Vox, many of them friends with our friends from the Raison Nacional groups, the Netherlands, Poland, many of them present here today. Leaders of parties and groups who understand the danger we are facing. The Hungarian government Viktor Orbán is a prominent example of such leadership that is willing to confront. The Hungarian government is paving the way for the rest of Europe with leadership that is willing to confront Islamic fanaticism and woke ideological extremism threatening the fabric of free society. That the terrorists, and I want here to remind, that the terrorists, two of the terrorist people. I want to remind that the terrorist was not an Islamist. Who murdered two of the radical left people in Washington on October 7th was not an Islamist. The barbaric attack on Israel led by Hamas, the Islamic Resistance Movement, that's the full name of Hamas. Brotherhood's arms in Gaza was not about just a border conflict. It was not just a border conflict. It was a war of jihad. The Muslim Brotherhood has created a new form of anti-Semitism. It's called Islamo-Nazism. It's called Islamo-Nazism. Blend of jihadist fanaticism. Blend of jihadist fanaticism. Hamas charter begin with these words. The charter is saturated with conspiracy theories about Jewish the protocols of world domination, echoing many things the protocols of the elders of Zion, purely European phenomenon. But since the 30s, it had deep roots in the Middle East. Many things that Nazi ideology was purely European phenomenon in Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and Gaza. Our troops in Gaza find but since the 30s, it had deep roots in the Middle East. We are living in an age of historic realignment. The old globalist progressive order is crumbling down and rising in its place, thanks in large part to the brave leadership of our friends here in Hungary and Europe conservative parties. It's a new wave of healthy nationalism, a deep commitment to roots, sovereignty, clear borders, and to eternal values, God, family, homeland. In this struggle, Israel is not just another state. It is the spearhead. It is not a war over land. It is a war over humanity's future. The sanctity of life versus the cult of death, versus freedom versus tyranny. Civilization and humanity versus barbarism. Freedom in this war, tyranny. Israel has paid a heavy price. We have lost since the beginning of the war 1,862 people, including today. Israel has paid a heavy price. 1,200 soldiers and citizens were killed on October 7. We have lost since the beginning of the fighting to bring back home 858 hostages who remain in Gaza. Right now, as we are speaking here, Ravid Chaim, a two-week-old is being laid to rest. Infant. He was born after his mother, Tzela Gez, was brutally murdered on her way to the hospital to give birth to rest. And after fighting for his life for his mother, Tzela Gez, Ravid dies of his injuries. His short and tragic life was brutally murdered on her way to the hospital to give birth. Evil that we are facing. We do not ask others to fight for us. We do not demand favors. We are fighting our war and doing so proudly to defend ourselves and the values that bind together to defend our free world. As the greatest threat to global peace, radical Islam continues to spread hate and death in the free world. Israel is the first line of defense to global peace. Radical Islam. The battle for to spread hate and death. The future of Western civilization. Line of defense. The battle for the future of Western civilizations runs through Jerusalem, no less than it runs through Washington or London. We will continue to stand at the front line despite the appeasers in London, Paris, and Madrid. We will continue to stand at the front line, despite the appeasers in London, Paris, and Madrid. Of retreat. Am Israel Chai. Thank you.
Izrael diaszpora ügyi miniszterének, aki bátor megszólalásairól ismert, és hölgyeim és uraim, Izrael
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
és értékre
The Minister of Diaspora of Israel.
Világszerte a woke ideológia. Kedves vendégeink, most ismét egy negyedórás kávészünet következik, de utána várjuk vissza önöket nagy nevekkel. Itt a Gavin Wax, Tony Abbott,
Take a refreshment, do some networking, and then don't forget to come back to the conference room of CPAC Hungary.
Now we take a 15 minutes coffee break and we look forward to welcome you back soon with Turchi Peter, Tony Abbott, Gavin Wax, and Ben Shapiro. Coffee break. See you soon. And we look forward to welcome you back soon with Turchi Peter, Tony Abbott, Gavin Wax, and Ben Shapiro. See you soon.
to address you today in this most distinguished conference representing Paraguay. It is a true giant in spirit. The great J.R.R. Tolkien was a memorable country that which may be geographically small, but believe me, worth fighting for. And CPAC, my friend, has been fighting for years for what is good in this world. It is a true giant. That is why I believe in great CPAC. J.R.R. I believe in action. Once I believe in history, road, and I believe in these values, principles, and ideals that CPAC so courageously defends. It's a bulwark against spurious ideologies and a spurious ideology for what is right in this world. I'm thus deeply honored to address this cherished institution which has done so much good. So let me begin by saying the most simple yet important words known to any human language. Kosonom. Thank you. Gracias. Good. Thank you. So let me begin by saying the most simple yet to all the participants of CPAC 2025 and my special much admired for his staunch defense of the Christian roots of Europe and of national the great people of Hungary. As many of you may know, Prime Minister Paraguay has stood for decades as a guardian of the core values that CPAC defend, of the triumph of good over evil, much admired for his over relativism, of the Christian roots of Europe over and of national of democracy over authoritarianism, of family over wokeism, of free economy over socialism, and above all of free economy in every socialism, of the towering presence of Almighty God in every step, the fight for Western values and ideals. Paraguay has been and will forever remain the shining country on the hill. To paraphrase that exceptional visionary of conservatism, the fight for Western values and ideals, the great Ronald Reagan. That is why I believe that Paraguay is a natural member of the enemies of Western civilization from before its foundation, not only of the external enemies, but also of the barbarians. We have never relented against the wokeism and cancellation ideals of Western civilization, so much harm to us. Paraguay and CPAC are natural friends and allies in the fight for truth, beauty, and justice in the world. Paraguay's history shows an unmistakable defense to the great values of freedom, family, tradition, we have always been a remarkable free people, zealous in the defense of its traditions. We have always been shaped by an extraordinary fusion of remarkable free people. Before the arrival of the Spaniards, the Guarani people already carried a profound zealous in the defense of its traditions. An openness to Paraguay was shaped by an extraordinary fusion to something greater than ourselves. Civilization. Before the arrival of the Spaniards, the Guarani people already carried a profound spiritual sense, an openness to Christian evangelization, something greater than our religious orders. That inner openness laid the foundation for a fruitful Christian evangelization led by the Catholic religious orders, including the spiritual experiment of the Misiones. The impact left has been indelible, and the Christian roots and of the value of the family has never wavered. The basic fabric of our society is that woven. Paraguay has always been concerned in divine providence, but if in this sense, the sacredness of human life and of the value of the family as the bedrock of society. Paraguay has always been conservative in this sense. Conservative is just another name for common sense. True and common sense. Family, and family. That is the secret to a healthy community, and we Paraguayans know it. Something there are no shortcuts how essential these beliefs are for all Paraguayan culture, economy, as long as Paraguay resides in its belief of the protection of the family and the sacredness of life. No new forms of which are enshrined in our constitution. No strange something social crystallize how essential tradition will be respected for all Paraguayans. Not as the worship of as long as Paraguay exists, there will be no abortion on demand. Paraguay has also always been a passionate defender of the values of liberty and sovereignty. Tradition will be respected. We had to pay not as the heavy price for this, but as the preservation to the dreadful calamity of the Triple Alliance War, also always which almost exterminated our country in the 19th century. We even had to pay a very heavy price for our land and for our right to exist against the imposition of foreign powers or ideology, which almost exterminated these historical reasons in the 19th century. These historical reasons explain why these ideas are so entrenched to exist against the imposition of foreign powers or ideology. Why the great thinker of my party, historical reasons explain This historical reason explains why these ideas the state are so entrenched in Paraguay's worldview is the steward for the free men. Why the great thinker of my party, del hombre libre. Today, freedom defines the state not by an unsurpassed manner, but by ideology. The state, globalism is not about cooperation. The free men seeks to impose a single way of thinking, a single worldview. Today, disconnected from our history, our culture, and our ideology. It tells us that there are no globalism is not about cooperation. But we know much better. A single way of thinking that a society cannot survive without disconnected from our history, our family, and community are not outdated ideas. That they are no pillars of a healthy society. But we know this is why better. Wherever I go, I carry with me the voice of my people. And I will speak of the values that make Paraguay a giant stronghold of outdated ideas. Values. They are the pillars of a healthy economic freedom. This is why, wherever I go, this is also why Paraguay's foreign policy is guided not by temporary values that make Paraguay a giant stronghold. This is why we stand so firmly with Israel against the forces of sovereignty. And believe me, this is also why Paraguay's foreign policy is guided not by temporary interests, but by the debate you are having these days. This is why we stand so firmly following Israel against the forces of evil. That is why a delegation from our country is attending CPAC once again, not for the first time. And the debate you are having these days matter because these conversations enrich our own democratic dialogue. That is why a delegation from our country is attending CPAC once again. So let us never forget, for the first time, there is some good in this world, the last, and it is because these conversations enrich our own democratic dialogue in the fight for the good in this kind of country. May God bless Hungary. So let us never forget, and may God bless good in this world, and it is worth fighting for. We stand together with CPAC in the fight for the good in this world. Várjuk vissza önöket.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're expecting you at any moment. We'll begin right now, and we're having Peter Turchik, Tony Abbott, Gavin Bax,
Kedves
and
vendégeink,
Ben Shapiro
várjuk
are
vissza
going to be
önöket a
on stage.
rendezvényterembe.
Now,
Hamarosan
please take
érkezik
your
a
seats.
színpadra Törcsi
Gentlemen,
Péter,
please
Tony
take your seats.
Abbott,
Our conference
Gavin
is about to
West,
continue,
és itt
and
lesz
soon
Ben
on the stage of
Shapiro is.
CPAC
Várjuk
Hungary
vissza önöket.
will
Kérem,
be Peter
foglalják el
Turchi,
helyeiket.
Gavin Wax, Tony Abbott, and Ben Shapiro. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Kedves vendégeink, várjuk vissza önöket sok
Ladies and gentlemen, we expect you back as soon as you can, right here in the hall. And for those of you already here, please take your seats. CPAC Hungary shall continue within moments with such
CPAC Hungary folytatódik, méghozzá olyan nagyszerű előadókkal,
fantastic presenters as
Törcsi
Péter,
Péter,
Tony
Tony Abbott, Gavin
Vax, and Ben Shapiro. I expect you back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We continue our program, but first, let's see a video. The 8th.
Változik, de nem mindegy, hogy ki alakítja és milyen irányba. A gender ideológia a világváltozás Amerikából indult, de már nálunk. De nem mindegy, hogy ki alakítja és milyen irányba. Az ajtó. A globalista baloldal új bábjai szövetséget kötött a
Today,
hazai
gender propaganda isn't just found in movies and universities. It is in kindergartens too. Storytime sessions are used for introduction and indoctrination
szülő 1-re és 2-re cserélni.
In schools with parent 1 and parent 2 instead of mother and father. This isn't about ideas anymore, it's about rewriting reality itself. Rewriting the hearts and minds of our children. Here at CPAC, we say no.
De itt a CPAC-en nemet mondunk erre.
We believe that male and female are not opinions but biological facts. We believe in the unity of God, homeland and family. This isn't just a Hungarian issue, it is a common fight. Gender ideology threatens all of us. Let us stand together for common use, for tradition and for freedom. Before it's too late.
Ő az, akitől nem csak hangzatos lózungokat hallhatunk a migráció megállításáról, mert miniszterelnökként sokat tett országa megmentéséért. Mindig szívesen érkezik Magyarországra Ausztrália egykori jobboldali kormányfője, Tony Abbott!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a wonderful honour to be here in Budapest in Hungary for this CPAC Hungary event. Budapest in Hungary. I want to thank everyone who has organised this wonderful conference. In particular, I want to thank Prime Minister Viktor Orbán for the leadership he is providing to Conservatives right around the world. Now, it's good to be here at this global gathering. Actually, it's a global gathering against globalisation. Actually, it's a gathering of thinkers and leaders in favour of strong and independent sovereign states that work together when that accords with their interests and values. Now, the last time the free world was in deep trouble, it was conservatives that saved it. And sovereign states, the first Cold War was won together, and Soviet communism was overthrown. Thanks to the political and strength and leadership of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, strength and leadership of cultural and spiritual strength and leadership of Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, of Pope John Paul II. Reagan and Thatcher revitalised the United States as a shining city on a hill, the last best hope of mankind. Thatcher cherished Britain's leadership in gifting the modern world common language, the mother of parliaments, the industrial revolution, and the emancipation of minorities. And the Pope was a charismatic exemplar and teacher of those higher things, beckoning everyone who wishes to live truly free. But now, there's a second Cold War. This time with communist China, a far stronger adversary than the old Soviet Union, because it's a first-rate economy with a rapidly developing military to match. And Beijing has allies of convenience in a new axis of autocracy. Communist Beijing. Militaristic Moscow and Islamist Tehran, united only in their hatred of the free West and a desire to remake the world in their own image. Putin wants to recreate the Russia of Peter the Great. Xi wants to recreate the Middle Kingdom, with China the world's number one power, to which others pay tribute. Their patriotism, if you like, is at odds with ours. Pay tribute. Their patriotism, if you like. And then there's the Ayatollahs, who want to create a new caliphate of death for the infidels, starting with the two Satans, as they call them, Israel and the United States. Are now the frontiers of freedom. So whatever mistakes their governments might make, whatever their national failings, and yes, Ukraine, Israel and Taiwan are now the frontiers of freedom. But we have deserve the support and encouragement of free people everywhere. The war ends. And yes, but we all want peace fighting and a ceasefire in Ukraine, which is why we have to be honest about this war. If you are a Ukrainian patriot, you won't stop fighting until Russia
Likewise,
does.
we all want an end to the devastation of Gaza. And if Hamas surrenders its hostages and acknowledges Israel's right to exist, the rebuilding could start tomorrow. But even before this strategic challenge, there was a cultural one. A pervasive sense of stagnation, even decay, in most Western countries. For a couple of decades now, governments have come and gone without much change for the better. Either because elected leaders turned out to lack conviction for the better, or because elected leaders turned out to lack conviction, or because politics has become performative rather than performing. With the EU has perhaps the paradigm case rather than of governmental structures that are suffocating but not effective, because no one is really in charge. Certainly, no one is in charge in Brussels, because no one is really elected and accountable. No one is in charge in Brussels. 1.0 elected and Brexit and accountable. Were popular revolts. Trump that couldn't quite 1.0 and Brexit were popular revolts. The swamp. That couldn't quite drain the swamp. We have to hope that Trump 2.0 will be more successful, lest resistance to moral vanity projects is further discredited. President Trump has indeed checked the chaos on the borders, declared there's only two genders, and resolved to drill, baby, drill. It's easy to see what he's trying to do with his tariff wars. He's trying to isolate China and to rebuild America's industrial base, but it's much harder to see a coherent plan, while America loses friends in the process. And yes, here in Hungary, there's a parallel role model. Viktor Orbán has run a government that does get things done and has been elected 4 times, despite defying the EU's predilections for open borders, trans-activism and green zealotry, as well as running the only country in Europe that stopped a wave of illegal migration or peaceful invasion. He's also pioneered policies to foster the greatest possible declaration of hope in the future, namely having more children. Let's remember back in 1938. After Czechoslovakia was dismembered by people who wanted peace through appeasement rather than peace through strength. Churchill warned a fearful and escapist public that Britain had sustained a defeat without a war. This a fearful and escapist public said of a that Britain had that will be proffered to us year by year until by a sustained defeat without a war. Our moral health and this is but the first foretaste, he said, of a bitter as in the olden time. Well, something plus like a readiness is needed to fight for it. A rediscovered obviously, there's a military dimension to winning this new Cold War. Fight for it. Obviously, there's a military dimension to winning this countries will need strong armed free countries will need strong can work with allies with robust economies and the self-belief needed to sustain them. That means ending the self-harm of bloated and the self-belief needed to sustain them. That means ending the self-harm of bloated government necessary for national security and for the infrastructure and services and cultural self-loathing. Businesses and government should be no bigger than absolutely necessary. That means regulatory systems that are more like the rules of the straitjackets, enabling people to make progress, at least with like-minded allies. Straitjackets, and it means the cultural self-confidence to know what's good and to resist what's not. The cultural like the politics of climate and identity, and the full stop what's not. Multiculturalism, like the politics of climate and to reject open borders because countries owe it to their citizens to keep their character. To reject, to shun any notion that people should be judged by the colour of their skin rather than the content of their character, or that people's rights should depend on their particular beliefs rather than the equal dignity of each and every human being. To doubt that the world's most pressing challenge is a possible degree or two of warming, some decades hence, to avoid which all our endeavours must be directed. Even if that means destroying our industries and impoverishing our people. Even if that means conservatives who are best placed to meet the challenges of these times because we respect the lessons of history. We don't believe that we're morally superior to our grandparents. We cherish all that's made us, our families, our faith, our nations. The best that's been thought and said, our families, our faith, our conservatives count the best that's been thought and said, as well as conservatives count and want change to reflect what's best in us, so we can come closer to costs of change, as well as being benefits our best selves as individuals best and in us peoples, so we can come closer to being what's needed our best selves. In this new Cold War, people can be wrong. It's conviction and courage in small things, but also decency. And the reverse also can be true. Truth and understanding. Of pride come more often as the Bible discussion than dogmatism reminds us we have to remember that triumphalism before a fall. Yes, let's make Western civilization great. A civilization ultimately is made when good and evil heart runs through every human heart. For all of us, but for all there's the hope of all of us. There's the hope of redemption. In every great struggle for what's really worthwhile, enemies are inevitable. And may God save the King.
Most pedig következzen egy panel beszélgetés a patrióták koráról.
No, panel discussion on the age of patriots. One of the speakers is our next speaker. It's an expert on all those, one of the founders of Alapjogokért Központ and now the operative director and also member or chair of the curatory of the Economic Institute. So, from the Center for Fundamental Rights, it's Péter Törőcsi.
Ebből két dolog fakad.
Or Frank Shapiro, so we have to keep up your attention, and we are going to have a brief but dynamic discussion. And the title is of the section, so Age of the
beszélgetésre készülünk. A
Patriots.
szekciónak pedig az a címe, hogy a patrióták kora, vagyis a
of conservative and patriotic forces and its success.
És szerintem nem sokára be fogjuk érni a balosokat. És ennek az egyik
And for that is today's
mai
CPAC event and also the CPACs in the USA. But luckily we do not only have these events, so we see each other more frequently. We have smaller, bigger events in Europe, in North America, in South America, in the Southern Hemisphere. So we have a really lively cooperation, collaboration between our forces. And it is not only important to take over the left side, but it's also important to have this collaboration that we follow up and meet regularly. As the Prime Minister mentioned it in the morning, that we need the biggest conservative force in the world, the US President and his team. Without their support, we cannot become successful. We want to be.
Amilyen sikeresek lenni szeretnénk.
Beyond that, the fact that there are many events we meet.
Sok olyan esemény, amikor találkozni tudunk, ezeken az eseményeken egyeztetni az érdekeinket, és ezek az egyeztetések, ezek a találkozók most már szakpolitikai szintre is léptek. Ezért is kell ezeket a rendezvényeket megtartani, és ezért is kell olyan politikusokat beszélgetéseket tartani, és engedjék meg, hogy most angolra váltsak. And this strong cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, works actually in practice, not only in
discussions with experts.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce the participants in the upcoming discussion. Barbara Kolm, the president of the Hayek Institute in Austria, and also member of the Austrian Parliament of FPÖ, who I met 2 weeks ago in Warsaw. The Austrian Economic Center, and also an author and filmmaker, an Afrikaner from South Africa, who I met, who was sitting a year ago in my same panel. And last but not least, please welcome Stefan Bartolizza, who is a member of the European Parliament and also representing the Domino Party, who I met just a week ago in Brussels. So I'm telling you the truth, this cooperation is working. Welcome our panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for accepting our invitation. As I told you earlier, we have to be very quick and dynamic. And I will ask you, to all of you, very general questions. Thank you for we had quite a year, as I told you earlier. We have to be very quick and dynamic. Actually, we increased our support to conservative and patriotic forces within the European Parliament. We are not there yet, but we are always closer to victory and the occupation of Brussels. And what really have boosted the Western conservative cooperation is the presidential victory of Donald Trump, and which is not only the presidential victory, but he won with a landslide. The House, the Senate, and all of the 7 swing states. And what do you think, ladies and gentlemen, what would be the impact of this very strong message from the Western conservative swing states? Support, how would the future look like for us in the short term? Barbara, ladies, very strong message from the Western.
Well, thank you very much, Peter.
Support,
the future will look
like
bright
for us
if we keep
in the
the
short
good
term.
fight.
Barbara, ladies first, please.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. The fight for freedom and the fight against those central planners out of Brussels. I think those are the most important things. And if we have shining examples, whether it's here in Hungary or whether it's across the pond in the United States, where people understand what freedom and liberty really means and why we need to defend those values, we will go ahead. And as you mentioned before, we met 2 weeks ago in Warsaw at a think tank meeting. It's not only the think tanks that are do tanks as well, but it's a joint force between the academics, the think tankers, but also the political parties. And this has become much bigger over the past years. The more socialism, the more communism we saw in Europe, the better it got, the better the cooperation and the division of labor from our side became. I think this is important to keep up that as well. Thank you.
Ernst, how does it look like from a South African perspective?
So I think firstly, looking at what happened in America and what's happening in Europe, and looking at conferences like these, what really gives me hope is that the Western world and the international conservative movement is realizing that it's up to us to protect these and the good, what is good, what is true, and what is beautiful from our past. If we want up to us to preserve it for our descendants. And so from a South African perspective, we, the Afrikaner people and Western communities living in South Africa, are the last Western outpost on the African continent, and we are very committed to stay, and we are very committed to ensure a future for our people in the southern tip of the African continent, where we have been for hundreds of years, since before the declaration of independence of the Africa. And so we need to ensure a future there, and part of the route to that future, we believe, is a rediscovery of our Western roots and making friends in the Western world. And the momentum that we see picking up in the Western world, in America and in Europe, is also good news for Westerners living in South Africa, and for that we are grateful.
Thank you. And let's get back.
We are grateful.
Thank you. And let's get back to Central Europe. Stephen, you're coming from Croatia. How does the future look like for Croatian conservatives?
I want to first thank CPAC Hungary, the organizers, the Center for Fundamental Rights, for their kind invitation. I'm always delighted to be in Budapest. And Croatia, yes, we've been fighting for years to promote an agenda of common sense, also to fight for our national sovereignty. You know, Croatia merged with the Hungarian kingdom outside of Croatia. So we should take sovereignty, obviously, in 1102. So for most of our history, we had no self-government. We were ruled from in the 1990s. We were able to liberate our country from Serb occupation in 1995. And so the country has come a long way, but now serving in the European Parliament, from within how the European Union works, and it's broken. It's broken, frankly. I'll give you one example. I sit in the Committee for Fisheries, and the left and the Greens. I sit in the Committee for Fisheries, and are more concerned for the welfare of fish than they are for the fishermen. The European Union imports over 70% of the fish we consume from abroad because we basically suffocated our own fishermen and made it too difficult to fish. So this is one example. And of course, they are not willing to abandon these policies that are harming Europe. So Croatia, I've been fighting for perhaps on the margins of this, but we're part of Europe since 2013. Pro-family policies we have now. A constitutional amendment. I've been fighting for pro-marriage policies. We have now a constitutional amendment defining between one man and one woman. We as conservatives should not yield an inch to the left when it comes to culture. We as conservatives should not yield. We're obviously for prosperity. We have to keep the government limited. We have to keep regulating the assault from the left. They simply hate the family. They're attacking, I would say, the heritage and we must be ready to on a daily basis. Persevere, because this battle will not be ready to persevere, because this battle will not be won overnight.
Now we have the Now we have the ability to showcase them that there is a strong rejection globally for this policy-driven cooperation with your free market roadshow. And we became part of that movement. The European Union became basically a centralized power, like back in the socialist communist times. That is why we are debating and discussing how the European Union became basically a centralized competitiveness. What do you think? How can we come back? That is why we are losing competitiveness. What do you think? How can we come that sort of centrally planned economy and how to get back to the world market as a competitive continent again?
Well, get rid of planification, get rid of these people who really want to put communism back on stage. And central planning is nothing else but that. If we look back at Hayek, 80 years ago, he wrote this famous book, The Road to Serfdom. And we are, unfortunately, already on the road to serfdom. Actually, we're in debt, individual debt, and then now they want the central bank digital currency, the digital euro. Big threat to our individual freedom and all those things and liberties. Big threat to our individual freedom and if we allow one size fits all policies to outmaneuver those individuals voices stand up and fight for their own countries and for their own values and continue the wokeness end of the tunnel, because as you mentioned, there are think tanks because they are just simply power and groups and political action committees, as CPAC is. Denominator to unite is and freedom is ultimate freedom, our individual freedom, and so I think this has been in the European elections. The mindset. There was look at the shift of the center right. This is growing. I mean, in Austria we center right. The Freedom Party had a landslide. In Austria the Freedom Party had a landslide victory last year. People would never have believed that this is possible, and now we're over 30%. The Iron Curtain, understand it even better. So we need to unite with the Central and Eastern European friends, Central and Eastern Europe to fight that. Because I think friends to fight that. Because I think those countries are lost more or less to these moral high grounds that we have to defend. Moral high grounds that we have to defend. In other words, inform people of the negative consequences that the bureaucracy has. By the way, none of them has been elected. I mean, the commissioner has power greedy individuals in Brussels. The bureaucracy has. I think, by the way, none uses her powers as if she were the Queen of Europe. And she's not.
That is the main achievement, political result, what we have achieved in the past decades. And let's get back to South Africa. There was a really interesting meeting between President Ramaphosa and President Trump. It was maybe as interesting as the meeting between Zelensky and Trump. My question is, what is or what was the impact on the Afrikaner community that Trump basically faced President Ramaphosa with the persecution that Afrikaners to South Africa?
Yeah, thank you. So firstly, we are not happy about the crisis in South Africa. We are very sad about what's happening in South Africa. But given that is the reality, we are very happy that it was exposed in the way that it was. And we are very grateful for the step that President Trump took. And the boldness to actually play that video for the world to see. What was quite remarkable was to witness the media response to that. Because on the one hand, it's not possible anymore to deny the extent of the crisis in South Africa. And the support we see flooding in from all over the world is something that we cherish, it's something that we value.
But what was quite remarkable was to see how the media and some people in the mainstream media are trying to frame what has happened there. My personal favorite was one of the biggest news outlets in South Africa saying that the reason why President Trump played that video was because he's jealous of the South African president. And because he sees in President Ramaphosa everything that he aspires to be but will never be. And so that was quite remarkable to witness. The fact that they would go that far, to frame that in a particular narrative. But what we should say about South Africa is that what President Trump exposed there is true. The farm killings is a reality. Is a reality. You live on a farm in South Africa, or you come from a farming community, you know people who have been attacked, killed. If you look at it statistically, if you take a period of 2 decades, according to the police statistics, there were on average 2 farm attacks every day, and 2 farm murders every week in South Africa over 2 decades. Then we have the race in South Africa over 2 decades. We have more than 140 race laws in South Africa aimed at discriminating. Then we have the race laws. We have more than 140 race laws in South Africa aimed at discriminating against white people because of our Western heritage. Then on top of that, we have the South African government now having just signed the Expropriation Act, according to which they have the power to confiscate private property without compensation. And the funny thing there is then they would justify that by saying, no, it's not without compensation, it's with compensation, but compensation is zero. That's how they describe it. And then the other problem on top of that is just government collapse in South Africa, that the government have all these crazy socialist ideas, but when it comes to fulfilling their basic duties, they're not able. That's why it's so important for us to promote alternative and pursue alternative. Decentralizing the political system.
Tiffany, you are an MEP.
For the communities or the nations living with.
And there are 2 major, 1 minute left, groups on the right, ECR and Patriots, which are not forming a joint coalition and faction. But what do you think, what are the most important topics on which these 2 groups can enhance their cooperation in the future of the remaining 4 years of the European Parliament?
I think both our groups want to make Europe great again. We maybe have different approaches, but there's many areas we can agree on. You know, in European politics, it's easy to find a reason why not to collaborate. But I'm always I'm pushing this idea to bring our 2 groups closer, because we have to be also pragmatic in politics. For all of you who are interested in how the elites run Brussels, like the Anointed, suggest a book written by a great social philosopher in America, Thomas Sowell. He wrote a book called The Vision of the Anointed in the mid-90s, and it's really a great elaboration of how the elites, the liberal left elites, see themselves as morally superior. They have fit to really rule over others, and it's something that they will not leave easily. I think they have a firm grip on power now. We see censorship and other attempts to, I would say, retain power, and I think the people are seeing the truth slowly but surely, and the future, I would say, is on our side. The conservatives and the patriots will eventually prevail.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I could continue this discussion for hours. Thank you for your cooperation. Barbara Coleman, Strutz, and Stephen Bartolisa. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Turchik. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have another one from the United States, one of the greatest and best members of the New York Young Republicans, the chairman of the New York Young Republicans, who says that it would be a giant geopolitical mistake to have or to rush Ukraine's joining in the EU, which is naturally a catastrophe for the European Union because there are huge mob problems in the country. Crime is very, very high in numbers, and that's a problem. So, on stage, an old friend of the Hungarian right wing saying that Hungary is a model to follow, and saying that Viktor Orbán is an inspiration for themselves around the world. Gavin Wax, ladies and gentlemen, on stage.
Friends, patriots, and fellow guardians of Western civilization, I stand before you in the great city of Budapest, humbled by your friends, patriots, and fellow guardians of Western civilization. I stand before you in the great city of Budapest, humbled by your hospitality and inspired by your resolve. Hungary may be a nation of only 10 million, but it punches far above its weight in the struggle for faith, family, and freedom. The fact that CPAC meets here on the banks of the Danube River proves that the battle for the soul of the West has a front line in Central Europe, and that front line is holding strong. I bring greetings from the United States, where President Donald J. Trump has reclaimed the White House. And President Trump is once again leading a populist revival that places ordinary citizens ahead of global cartels. Today, America walks the same path that Hungary chose years ago, a path of sovereign self-determination, economic nationalism, and unapologetic cultural confidence. Your Prime Minister, yes. Your Prime Minister, Viktor Orbán, showed the world what courageous leadership can rescue a nation from drift and despair. He used the legitimate powers of the state to defend families, protect borders, revive faith, and spark an economic renewal. And for that, he was caricatured as a villain by Soros-funded academics, sanctimonious NGOs, cynical press barons, and feckless bureaucrats. They called him illiberal. But Hungarians called him our Prime Minister. And at the ballot box, the people had the final word. And again, by margins that no Brussels bureaucrat can dispute, Orbán's example taught conservatives everywhere a simple lesson. Principles without power are simply slogans. He married principle to power, and Hungary prospered. Migration chaos was stopped at the border. Birth rates have climbed because mothers could raise children without sacrificing careers. Traditional marriage received both legal and financial reinforcements. Schools once again taught that patriotism is important instead of simply self-loathing your past and your ancestry. While the European Union flirted with energy poverty and geopolitical catastrophe, Hungary practiced diplomacy grounded in realism, offering itself as a mediator rather than a megaphone for endless war. Across the Atlantic, my nation endured its own Budapest became a lighthouse to dark sea of incompetence. Across the Atlantic, my nation endured its own darkness from 2021 to very recently in 2024. We suffered through a corrupt and incompetent figurehead, propped up by an invisible clique of global schemers. In 4 years, they wrecked millions of ordinary Americans. They destroyed our energy independence, erased borders, and attempted to criminalize dissent. Yet through it all, millions of ordinary Americans kept the faith that God, in His providence, would not abandon imaginary crimes. We fought an uphill battle. Our movement's champion, President Donald J. Trump, faced indictments for imaginary crimes. He shouldered relentless daily stares. Republican mandarins his most loyal lieutenants. Populism and conservatism was a passing fad. Lawfare, bankrupted, or imprisoned his most loyal lieutenants. And when those stratagems failed, an assassin's bullet ripped through the air in Pennsylvania, grazing his ear, but failing to stop the man or the mission. Yet Americans neither bowed nor broke. We marched, organized, prayed, and voted. And today, President Trump sits behind the resolution. Thank you. Yes, once more, armed with a popular mandate to demolish the architecture of globalist tyranny. President Trump's administration is restoring energy dominance, rebuilding the industrial heartland, banning the mutilation of children, and uprooting the administrative state that choked liberty in our country for decades. He has demonstrated that conservatives need not be spectators to the left's cultural revolution. In fact, we can be counter-revolutionaries who take the offensive and never relinquish the initiative. The Hungarian and American experiences have fused into a universal playbook. Secure the border, deport illegal immigrants, rebuild industry with tariffs and patriotic labor policies, strengthen families through tax relief, direct subsidies, and cultural affirmation, and assert civilizational confidence by teaching heritage rather than self-hate. And you fight the globalist lawfare head-on, lawfully but relentlessly. Wherever this formula is applied, elites panic and wherever this formula rejoice, because our movement is growing, our enemies grow more desperate, and you only have to look across the continent to see that in play. Look to France, for instance, where Marine Le Pen has been barred from the presidential ballot on trumped-up charges. Look to Germany, where the AFD is labeled extremist and placed under total surveillance. Look to Romania, where globalist interests colluded with social media platforms to erase an election victory and then steal its do-over. Everywhere, the refrain is the same. Destroy democracy in order to save it. This destroy democracy, censorship, safety, or tyranny, tolerance, and invasion, humanitarianism. It is the black magic of globalism. Yet the human soul rejects these lies. Men and women long for the truth, just as lungs long for air. And that is why every just as lungs long for authoritarian stunt accelerates the globalist collapse. Our founding father, Thomas Jefferson, tree of liberty demands constant tending. Elections alone are not enough. If you win an election, and the tree of liberty demands constant tending. Elections alone are not enough. If you win an election financed by transnational oligarchs, shielded by captured institutions, and then retreat to private life, the left will use the intermission to reconquer the field. Their networks finance corporate boardrooms that force woke dogma on every transnational oligarchs, shielded by captured institutions, never pause. You see them in the color revolution mobs besieging patriotic capitals. You see them in the corporate boardrooms that force woke dogma on every household. You see it in the classrooms where innocent children are taught to despise their ancestors and deny biological reality. Yet these are We must build parallel institutions, banks, platforms, and political schools, banks, parties that serve our values and political parties that our people. When we march values and our people. When we march, we must march together. We must march together. Conservatives, patriots, nationalists, Christians, and every who refuses goodwill, who post-human technocracy. My friends, you are on the vanguard of a civilizational crusade. The decisions we make in the coming months from Budapest to Washington, the choice is stark, but our path is clear. Wake up each morning and be prepared for spiritual combat. Know that allies stand beside you by oligarchs who delete souls, Jerusalem and Rome, Bratislava and Belgrade, Tbilisi and Buenos Aires. Nascent parties and movements are rising in every province, district, and campus. Know that allies share intelligence, we coordinate strategy, and back each other when the regime's hammer comes down. Tbilisi and Buenos Solidarity, our anthem is truth, and our sword is courage. We do not fight merely to conserve what once was, we fight to build what must be. A reborn America faithful to its constitutional promise, a Hungary that remains a beacon of ordered liberty, and a Europe that rediscovers the covenant that made it Christendom. And nations everywhere that regain the right to charter their own destiny under God, and a Europe that rediscovers the covenant. And I ask you today to pledge here and now that we will accept nothing less than total victory over the forces that mock our faith, dissolve our borders, and poison our children. No compromise, no half measures, no surrender. Under God. We So with that, my friends, God bless Hungary, God bless the United States of America, and God bless all the God-fearing patriots across the continent. So with that, we must stand together against the rise of this tyranny and this global elite to achieve our national renewals together. And we will keep America great, and God bless Hungary great, and we will make the world great again, not simply for an election cycle, not even just for one generation, but for the next millennia to come. Thank you, and Godspeed. National renewals together. And we will keep America great, we will keep Hungary great, and we will make the world great. Not even just for one generation. Thank you.
Amerikai média és politikai.
We're talking about the best of the world, the most known conservative voice from the Daily Wire, the founder of the Daily Wire,
és politikai
is
világ
unapologetic critic.
A világ
Criticism
egyik
makes
legismertebb
liberal
konzervatív
and
hangjának,
liberal
Daily
journalists
Wire-nek az
crazy. He has
alapítója.
millions and millions of followers, and it is a great honor for me to call Ben Shapiro onto the stage.
Több milliós követőbázisa van. Óriási megtiszteltetés, hogy a színpadra szólíthatom Ben Shapiro!
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. It is amazing to be here in Budapest. I want to talk today about the battle for the heart of Western civilization. But to do that, we have to start with a definition of what is Western civilization actually is. In Budapest, Western civilization today rooted in man's individual liberty and his collective duty, but to do his freedom of speech and in his duty to act virtuously actually in his property rights and in his familial obligations, man's individual the right to the equal application of the law. Western civilization is unique in his duty to act. It is the wellspring of virtually all human prosperity and all human progress. And Western civilization did not come from nowhere. Western civilization came from biblical wisdom. It is the wisdom of thousands of years of Judeo-Christian tradition, and it came from the Bible's admonition. And we ought to seek truth through the light of reason. When we cut ourselves off from the sources of our own civilization, thousands of years, our civilization decays. It came from the Bible's admonition. And make no mistake, our civilization is now in the midst of decay. When we cut we can see that decay in the anarchic marchers in the civilization chanting on behalf of radical Islamic terrorism by the hundreds of thousands in the midst of decay. We can see it in the push by intellectual elitists for a bizarre alternative morality chanting that suggests of the fundamental free-flowing nature of sexual identity, where boys can be girls, and behavior ought to be separated utterly from the realm of morality. We can see it in the push for an ever-growing domination of a powerful governmental infrastructure. Where boys can be girls, crowding out familial bonds, crowding out church from the realm of morality. In favor of a faceless state. We can see it offers money in the push rather than growing domination. We can see it in that crusade against churches that refuse to jettison their values in favor of moral relativism flying rainbow flags. That offers money. What are these forces that have mobilized against our civilization? Against churches? Well, the key force that refuse to jettison is the force of Western postmodern leftism. Moral relativism flying sure, we can look at the radical Islamists who have invaded Europe, that have mobilized support terrorism, who use Western governments to impose effective fatwas against Westerners who speak out against them. Sure, people who target Jews and Christians who openly chant for the downfall of the civilization that they leech upon. But the question really isn't radical Islamists. They, after all, are doing just what they have always done. People who target Jews and conquering, openly chant the question is why the West that they allowed them in. But the question really and the answer is that the West, thanks to that postmodern doing just what they have always done, there's a peculiar and self-defeating blood guilt. The question a guilt that says that because the West is too successful, and it owes it to the rest of the world to destroy itself. Thanks to that postmodern left. Maybe the most colorful champion of this philosophy was the Marxist existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre. In 1961, a Francophone rebel named Frantz Fanon wrote a shockingly violent book titled The Wretched of the Earth, in which he posited that colonized peoples had a moral duty to kill their colonizers, that they ought to unleash, in his words, red-hot cannonballs and bloody knives. In which Frantz Fanon expressed that the colonized man was right to want to rape the wife of his colonizer, to murder him, that they ought to take what he had, in his words. And Sartre, cannonballs and bloody knives, Western leftist, agreed. Frantz Fanon expressed the West, Sartre said, was an inherent colonizer. Its very success in the world, whether through war or through markets, was a sign of its uniquely rapacious and exploitative nature. Sartre said, was thus, Sartre argued, colonizer. Europeans had to die at the hands of their victims. He said, quote, to shoot down a European is to kill two birds with one stone, to destroy an oppressor, and the man he oppresses at the same time. Argued, then there remains a dead man and a free man. In other words, Sartre advocated civilizational suicide with one stone, and the West largely complied. But why did the West comply? Now, part of the answer to that lies in the West's pathological and religiously based adherence to the reality of sin and the necessity of repentance. And the West largely complied. Our culture, Western culture, is a guilt culture. A culture that focuses on the reality of absolute morality and says that when we fail, we are guilty of sin and the necessity. This means that we feel bad when we sin. Our culture, that's actually one of our virtues. Culture is a guilt culture. But there are lots of other cultures that focus on the reality, like, say, the Islamic morality, or pre-World War II culture of Imperial Japan, this means or say the modern left when we sin. It focuses not on any absolute standard of morality cultures or conscience, but on the evil of being humiliated. For these folks, admitting fault is weakness, or say the modern left. Because we in the West reflexively look to our own sins before those of others, we fall prey to civilizationally suicidal impulses. For these folks, our enemies don't. Admitting fault, they're happy to blame us for their problems. Because we in the West, and unfortunately, we're all too happy to blame ourselves. We fall prey, as the French philosopher Pascal Bruckner writes, quote, the duty to repent forbids the Western Bloc, which is eternally guilty, to judge or combat other systems, other states, other religions. Our past crimes command us to keep our mouths closed. Our only right is to remain silent. Which is eternally guilty. But why should we feel uniquely guilty? Other systems, the West seems to bear a unique amount of guilt because we have come to believe a giant lie. Our only right is to remain silent. Giant lie about ourselves. But why should we feel uniquely guilty? That we, the West, are uniquely evil, and we hear this lie all the time. Just a couple of days ago, for example, King Charles visited Canada, a country with a parliament, only because it was once a dominion of the British Crown. That we, the West, and then read a land acknowledgement to the Algonquin Indians, as though the British Empire ought to repent its establishment of the country with Parliament. The very concept is ridiculous. Watching King Charles sit there in all of his royal regalia, lamenting his own empire is insane. And yet this kind of nonsense is imitated at nearly every college event across the West. King Charles sit there in all of his but that's the lie, that the West is uniquely his own empire. And that lie gained an enormous amount of credibility due to the horrors of the 20th century. Nearly every college we were told, often by Marxists like Sartre, that imperialism was a uniquely Western phenomenon, despite the fact that human beings have conquered other people for as long as human beings have existed. 20th century. We were told that the Nazis and their allies were natural outgrowths of Western civilization rather than perversions of it. Human beings we were told that if we abandoned biblical values in favor of a sort of namby-pamby secularism, we could avoid all the terrible atrocities of the past, even though it was the pagan dogmas of the Nazis and the Soviets, the secular dogmas of the Nazis and the Soviets, not their biblical adherence, that led to their assault on humanity. All the terrible atrocities we were told of the past that if we mitigated our cultural honor, if we discarded Nazis and the Soviets, we could then expunge our Nazis and the Soviets, even though it was craving cowardice in the face of transnational left-wing movements like Nazism and communism that led to their domination of the European continent, and proud resurgent patriotism that stopped it. Even though it was craving we were told that if we abandoned our borders, we could alleviate our guilt, even though obviously the Nazis and the Soviets had no respect for borders and sought to obliterate them themselves. Patriotism that stopped it was not Western civilization. It was not adherence to biblical values, rule of law, free speech, and private property. Obviously, the Nazis and the Soviets had no respect for borders and sought to obliterate them themselves. That led to the tragedies and horrors of the 20th century. It was rejection of the West's core values that led to those property rights. But too many in the West believed the lie, that the horrors were the result of Western civilization rather than a perversion of it. And in believing that lie, we surrendered our own civilization to people who would destroy it. The result of Western civilization. We turned over our nations to consortiums of international elitists. We sought to rule us from above and from without. We opened our nations to groups that sought to destroy our history and our unity. Who sought to rule us. Well, now it is time to reverse that process. We opened our nation. We have to, in all humility, recognize that Western civilization, like all civilizations, has of course committed sordid wrongs and egregious evils. We have to, in all humility, recognize that something we have known for a very long time, like since the Garden of Eden, is that all human beings have a capacity for evil. But the truth, human evil is a universal truth. We have known for a very long time. The glories of Western civilization are not that all human beings have a capacity. They come from a particular philosophy, a particular history, a particular culture. The glories of Western civilization isn't uniquely evil. Western civilization is uniquely good. A particular history. Slavery was a human universal. It was Western civilization that ended the evil. Western poverty is a human universal good. It was Western civilization that has exponentially mitigated it. It was Western civilization that human universal. Poverty. Western civilization has wildly reduced Western civilization, and the secular postmodern leftists who refuse to admit this, they're engaging in evil of their own. Western civilization to despise a country they label Nazi as evil of their own. Is the only country in Europe, perhaps, that is not currently overrun by Islamic radicals. Postmodern leftists seem to this supposedly Nazi country they label the only country in Europe where I, an Orthodox Jew, can walk in safety and comfort down the street wearing a yarmulke. This supposedly Nazi country. It is a country where children don't actually have to fear that their innocence will be robbed by a perverse anti-biblical left wearing a yarmulke. The spiritual destruction of those children. It is a country where children don't actually Hungary, have to fear like the rest of the West, isn't perfect by a perverse because no country is. But Hungarians are trying to stand up for their civilization. our shared Western heritage and civilization isn't perfect, and that is the thing no country that is worth fighting. But Hungarians are, and if we fight for it, we will emerge victorious against the forces that seek to destroy our civilization from outside and inside as well. Thanks so much. Happy to take your questions. For it, we will emerge victorious against the forces that seek to destroy our civilization from outside and I believe the microphone is over there for those who are looking.
Hello, Mr. Shapiro. Thank you so much for your speech. I have a question regarding the national identity. Hello, Mr. Shapiro. So, although President Trump took office in Washington, D.C., here globalist elites in Europe are actually trying to erode our national sovereignty by mass migration and by open border policies. And my question to you is, what do you think, what is the best way for European conservatives to reassert our national identities? And thank you so much in advance. What is the best way for
It's a great question. I mean, I think number one place where Hungary clearly has led Europe is in reasserting its national identity, specifically with regard to rejecting mass migration from areas that absolutely reject Western civilization as a whole. And you guys are paying, I believe, something like €1 million a day for the privilege migration right now from areas that predations of the European civilization as a whole. And I think that you are starting to see a rising tide that is going to reject mass migration. That rising tide is happening in France. It's obviously happening in Germany. It's actually happened in Denmark, where a left-wing party has radically restricted immigration. So I think that the era of open migration is over. There's one area where the Prime Minister in Denmark, where a left-wing, he was ahead of his time. There was an enormous amount of flack for doing what Hungary did. And time has proved him right. And nations that refuse to protect their own border are nations that are going to suffer for it, and the population know it. And now, obviously, there are people in a variety of powerful roles who are attempting to stop democracy from actually working in many of these countries. Now, obviously, there are people right-wing or conservative or anti-mass immigration sentiment, and then it will sort of be shuffled off to the side because no one really wants to talk about it, but you can only suppress that for so long. That situation for, and then supposedly center-right or center-left parties that are siding with the radical left on these issues, eventually the lid is going to blow off of that jar, and what's going to come out is going to be the sentiment of Europeans that they do not actually wish to have their cultures discarded in favor of a failed multiculturalism that has destroyed every state it's touched. That they do not actually wish to have their cultures discarded in favor of a failed multiculturalism that has destroyed every state it's touched.
I'm here. It's an honor to ask you. My name is Balázs, and my question is the following. Secularism has hollowed out the spiritual core of the Western civilization. My name is Balázs, and my question is the following. Conservatism survived in such hollowed out conditions in a godless Western civilization. And how can we actively conservatism survive in such Christian values set to our society? How can we actively societies to restore order and the real meaning?
So, I mean, the answer is that Western civilization cannot survive full-scale secularism and godlessness, and that's what we've been watching.
And the real meaning.
And the restoration of church is the fundamental basis of a restoration of the West. Secularism and godlessness. I say this as a Jew. And everybody who grew up in a Christian household and whose grandparents were Christian needs a restoration of the West. Everyone. I say this deeply important that they go to church and re-engage with their religious heritage and re-engage with God and re-engage with an absolute morality that suggests that there is a right and that there is a wrong. Because again, all the things that I just talked about spring from those biblical values. And there is no substitute for it. And I think that's why you're seeing actually in the United States an increase in religious adherence among young people. For the first time in my lifetime, it was going in one direction. It was going down into the right. And now it's moving up again, and the reason is because it turns out that a life that's filled with secularism is going eventually becomes down into the right. And now, not for everybody. There are some people who can lead fulfilled lives of their own making, but the reality is that for a broad population, eventually finding meaning in a meaningless universe is incredibly difficult, if not impossible. For a civilization, it's actually just impossible. Because to slide from secularism to nihilism is incredibly difficult. But if you actually want to, for example, have a civilization that has children, Because this is what every statistic shows. Religious adherence and having lots of kids go hand in hand. You're not going to restore natalism in the West without having people go to church. It's just not going to happen. You have to have a national mission. You have to have a godly mission. It's why the only country actually in the West that currently has above replacement rate of population growth is Israel. Because it's a country that is largely religious and secular people in Israel have some semblance of religion. And also because they're surrounded by enemies on all sides, and that means that they feel the actual patriotic necessity to have kids. That sort of thing can be restored, but you have to have civilizational pride, and that civilizational pride is rooted in a belief in a higher power that demands something of you. Can be restored. Also, the success of Western civilization rests on a very simple principle, which is, if you fail, it's probably your own fault. Every failed civilization is rooted in the opposite. If you fail, it's somebody else's fault. Success is in life. If successful civilizations say that freedom exists, that if you fail, you're the one to blame. That's what religion says. What the Bible says, all over the Bible, is if you fail, that's not God's fault, that's your fault. You're the one who did it. And that means you need to take responsibility for your life and make it better. All over the Bible. And without that, that's not God's fault. It's very easy to slide into the morass. So I think there's a reason why people are going back to church for God. I think that there's a God-shaped hole in people's hearts that was opened up by secularism. People tried to fill that hole with everything from pornography to chatbots to just the internet itself. By secularism, people tried to fill that hole political polarization from pornography. None of that fills the God-shaped hole. The only thing that fills the God-shaped hole is God. Just the internet itself, or to rage, political polarization. None of that fills the God-shaped hole. The only thing that fills the God-shaped hole is God.
Hello. Mr. Shapiro, allow me to quote Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who said that the strength or weakness of a society depends more on the level of its spiritual life. Mr. Shapiro, allow me to quote Alexander Solzhenitsyn. If a nation's spiritual energies have been exhausted, it will not be saved from collapse by the most perfect government structure or by any industry. If a nation's spiritual energy, a tree with a rotten core cannot stand. Mr. Shapiro, we all see the efforts of the Trump administration, which you support, to improve the industrial and governmental structure of the United States. However, is equally as much being done to reinvigorate the more important spiritual energies of the West of the United States?
So this is a great question, and it goes to the heart of what government can actually do in concert with religious institutions. Because the truth is that religious institutions are what we would call intermediary institutions in life, right? You have with you and your family, and then you have the government, which you vote for, but you have no actual relationship. And then you have these sort of intermediate institutions that you deal with society, these informal societal institutions where you really vote for, but you have no actual relationship. And the question is, what can government do to prop those up and strengthen them? And by the way, I totally agree with you that everybody who's looking for reindustrialization to fill the God-shaped hole, again, the only thing that fills the God-shaped hole is God, not a factory job. And so if you're trying to actually fill that God-shaped hole with God again, then what you actually need to do is foster, for example, school choice, religious schools. And that's something that we in the state of Florida, in Florida, we do this. We actually have stipends for everybody who wants to go to private schools, and religious schools are really filling the gap. That's something that we in the state of Florida, for every kid in the state of Florida, and for everybody who wants to go to private school, and religious schools, they go to a Jewish day school. We have huge friends who go to Christian schools, specifically every kid in the state of Florida. That is a big one, and obviously, we also need to get government out of the business of crowding out church friends. So it used to be that many of the social services that were provided in your community were provided by your church. So in my community, for example, I'll take mine as an example just because I know it the best. If somebody loses their job, the first move is to go to members of the community and say, does anybody know who has a job for this person? How do we help this person get a job? If there needs to be a meal train, right? Everybody needs to get together and help fund this person to get through a hard time. People in the community do it. When government fulfills that role, when government comes in and just hands you a check, it breaks the bonds that you actually have with the people in your church and in your society. That level of mutual dependence that exists at the intermediate level, that comes along with spiritual obligation. Because if you want to be part of that social club that represents my synagogue, that comes along with certain duty level, that comes along with spiritual obligations. Because if you want to be part of that social club that represents my synagogue, keep Sabbath, that comes along with you have to send your kids to Jewish day school probably, you have to keep kosher. And that was true for literally all churches for all of time. Like to be part of the social club, there were obligations that attached as well, which is also how you knew that your neighbor wasn't mooching off of you. You knew that your neighbor wasn't just taking money out of you. You knew that your neighbor wasn't just taking money out of your pocket because they had to fulfill religious obligations and show skin in the game. The increase in religious schools in the United States, for example, because that's good, But I also think that the government should get out of a lot of these realms and allow that social realms gap to be filled by what it used to be filled by, namely the people that you live next to and with whom you share a religious belief system.
My question is regarding J.D. Vance's Naval Academy speech that you also covered on your show earlier this week, I think. What do you think is the meaning behind sort of strategic shift of U.S. foreign policy and diplomacy that he spoke in length about? Thank you.
So the question is about the shift in American foreign policy and what it represents right now. I will say that I think there are multiple strains of foreign policy that are currently playing out simultaneously inside the Trump administration.
And the result is a lot of uncertainty. I'm not sure that anyone has sort of a solid read on what the next move from the Trump administration will be in, say, Ukraine, or with regard to Israel, with regard to Iran, with regard to China. Right? There are a bunch of strains that are competing. So the speech that you mentioned, J.D. Vance's speech at the Naval Academy, what he was rejecting was, I think, a straw man that's been burned 20 years ago, essentially. He's saying that we will no longer engage in the sort of interventionist Wilsonian philosophy that led to the war in Iraq. I'm not sure how many Americans at this point raise their hand when you say, if you know then what you know now, would you go to war in Iraq? How many hands go up? The answer is probably zero. So he's fighting against an impulse that no longer exists in the American body politic. The question is, what does he mean practically? And so I've always believed that President Trump understands peace through strength, which was sort of Trump 1.0, which was we don't have interests in every conflict all along the globe. We don't have to get involved in every conflict, but where we do have interests, we have to muscularly defend those interests. And the only thing, in some cases, that defends those interests is the credible threat of use of force. And that's why, for example, when it comes to Ukraine, I've taken the position that President Trump is right that he wants to get to an off-ramp. I've been calling for an off-ramp in Ukraine since August of 2022. But if you actually want to get Vladimir Putin to an off-ramp, you actually need to up the pressure on Putin, because Zelensky right now is actually giving Trump everything he wants. He's giving him a 30-day ceasefire, he's giving him a minerals deal, he's giving him the possibility of a face-to-face negotiation with Putin, no preconditions, and Putin, meanwhile, is doing none of those things. And so the only way to get Putin to the table, presumably, is to up the ante on the pressure with an eye toward an off-ramp. Now, is that something that J.D. Vance wants? I have no idea. I have no idea what J.D. wants. I'm not sure what the president's foreign policy is. With regard to Ukraine, it seems to shift fairly frequently. And again, there's something to strategic ambiguity, but there's a point where strategic ambiguity, like, you don't know what he's going to do next, so don't screw with this guy. There's a point where strategic ambiguity shifts over into just pure uncertainty. And America's enemies can take uncertainty as a sign of weakness, and that's one of my concerns.
Hi Ben, Malcolm Orthodox Jew, and my question was, we have 10 kids and we moved out of the States because of how intense and invasive the woke culture has gotten in the States. And my question is, how do you think Donald Trump, if he can stall this decline in the US, if he can reinstate conservative values, what do you think? What is your opinion on this?
So I do think that woke culture is on kind of its last legs in the United States. By this I mean that 10 years ago, when I was saying that boys are not girls, I was nearly kicked off of every social media platform. Now, that is actual government policy from the White House on down. And I think that there's been a very harsh reaction to the woke philosophy, which essentially suggests, in essence, that every disparity in outcome is due to discrimination. That if one group does worse than another group, it must be because the system is designed in order to harm that group. I think the American people are tired of that. I think that's why some of the most popular stuff that President Trump has done is taking on, for example, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is wokeness, or taking on the trans agenda in the United States, which again is really unpopular in the United States. I think that wokeness has a real problem on its hands. Now, the thing that I'm fearful of is that all the good that President Trump is doing, how long does it last? Right? Is there a reversion back to woke in the aftermath of President Trump? And the answer there is going to be determined by how successful President Trump is on sort of the baseline governance things. If the economy remains very strong, I think wokeness is in serious trouble for the long haul. If the economy were to tank, and that's a package deal where you get a sort of left-wing populism that surges along with the wokeness, you could get a package deal where wokeness rears its ugly head all over. Could get a package deal where wokeness rears its ugly head all over again. So I think I don't think it can wipe out wokeness in a single moment. But I think the movement that took decades to build is usually not destroyed inside of a couple of years. To do so is laudable, but I think that a movement that took decades to build is usually not destroyed inside of a couple of years. So let's put it so I'm significantly more optimistic about the death of wokeness than I was a more long-term vision of how to keep that at bay. But I do think the American people are very, very tired of it. So let's put it so I'm significantly more optimistic about the death of wokeness than I was, say, 3 years ago.
And you've already mentioned in your speech that many of our opponents operate purely on an emotional and pseudo-moralistic level. So do you think that the right should You've already mentioned in your speech that many of our opponents operate purely on an emotional and pseudo-moralistic level.
I mean, I think it's a great question. I frequently say facts don't care about your feelings, but the response very frequently is that feelings don't care about your facts, which is very often true. People I think it's a great question. So I frequently say facts don't care about your feelings, but the response very frequently is that feelings don't care about your facts, which is very often true. I mean, the answer people are making emotional arguments. You cite a fact at them, they ignore the fact because they feel a particular way about a particular issue. Should we be making more emotionally laden arguments? I mean, the answer is absolutely sometimes. I mean, my hope is going to be the fact that the emotional argument comes atop a layer of facts. It appeals sort of a pie in which the crust of the pie, the base of the pie, is going to be the facts, and then you do have to put in some emotional content that appeals to the heartstrings. I think that if you, when the emotions actually foster a positive agenda sometimes, because of course people are emotional creatures, and ignoring that would be a strategic mistake. So I agree with that. I think that when the emotions substitute for the facts, that's where I start to lose it. And I don't care about the facts. I'm not sure that that's only a left-wing phenomenon. I think it's a universal human phenomenon. You sometimes see this on the right, which is why the right will drift into sort of conspiracy theories. They'll say, I don't care about the facts, there must be somebody who's something to screw me. It's probably the small cadre of people. I think you're right. The foundation has to be if there's no facts to back that, I'm very uninterested in that take. If there are facts to back it, now you're talking about something completely different. So again, I think you're right. The foundation has to be facts, but yeah, sure, you're going to have to build some sort of emotional superstructure atop that if you hope to be
My question is about what people like to call lately the woke right. Hi Ben, I'm Shalom. As we all see, and my question is about what people like to call lately more and more woke right, prominent conservative, as we all see and all observe in the last 2 years since more America in Israel, that more and more pretty prominent conservative voices in America start to say sometimes subtle, sometimes not as subtle, and quite explicit anti-Semitic stuff. How much, and for me as an Israeli Jew, that percentage does that, because I always saw the conservative movement in America as how much are you worried about it? And how do you think, my question is, how much of a percentage does that represent of conservatives in America?
So, first of all,
how much are you worried about it?
And
how do you think we should reply or we should deal with this new phenomenon?
So, first of all, I'm not a huge fan of the term woke right because I think that it obscures more than it illuminates. So I'll try to be very specific about who I think you're talking about, and you tell me if I'm wrong. I think that the philosophy of the people that you are referring to essentially says that there is, just like the left, a group of people who are put upon, and that group of people who are put upon by an elite cadre of people. In the same way that the left will argue they're often named every disparity or Israelis or Israeli foreign aid, and that's what's making their life bad. In the same way that the left will argue that every disparity is in fact discrimination, that every thing that is unequal between two parties must be because someone is harming the other party in America. The right is doing some of that same stuff, but their victim group is different. So the left might say that it's blacks in America, the right might say that it's white Appalachian people in America. And so the similarity is in the idea that there is a victim group and a victimizer group, and success is an indicator of victimizer status directly into it. And so, is that a problem on the right? Absolutely. More than a little. You can see sort of a populist right that edges toward that. How popular is it? Veers directly into it. Some of it is being bolstered, frankly, more than a little these days. I don't like that TikTok, along any lines. I think it's very bad. How popular is it? I think some of it is being bolstered, frankly, by algorithmic problems at places like TikTok, which is a Chinese spy app, or like at certainly X being gamed by malign actors. There's no question that's the case. Are being told. So how popular is it in reality? By the elite? Not particularly popular with the American people generally. It is increasingly popular with young people who are being told, after years and years of being lied to by the elites, that the elites can never be trusted, and the only people you can trust are people because I said they were posit conspiracy. That means I'm telling you the truth about. And the logic goes something like, the elitists told us something was false.
and they were lying. And I told you the truth because I said they were lying. That means I'm telling you the truth about literally everything, and there's a conspiracy behind everything that I'm also uncovering. That sort of conspiracy theorizing and just asking questions that I've criticized so frequently. The purpose of a question should be to elicit an answer. Other people. The purpose of a question should be to elicit a fact. But based on, if you're just asking questions because what you actually hope to do is then I'm doubt about people in the minds of other people. I think you see it not based on. I spoke about this, but based on last week, actually, sort of a malignant hatred. When people suggest that Israel is committing genocide, for example, I'm obviously very much worried about that. I think you see it very often. I spoke about this at length last week, actually. When people suggest that Israel is committing a genocide, for example, in the Gaza Strip, which is an absurdity on every level. There is literally no definition of a genocide that fits what's going on in the Gaza Strip right now. There has never been a genocide in which the supposedly genocidal party somehow increases the population of the group that is genociding. Somehow. That has never happened. That has not fed that group to the tune of hundreds of trucks per day while that group is holding hostages. Like, it makes no sense. If you're participating in that lie, there must be some sort of ulterior motive that is not factually. There must be some sort of ulterior motive that is not factually driven.
So, good evening, Mr. Shapiro. Thank you for joining us for this session. So, my question would be about that both Europe and America is facing with cultural crisis, which is pressured by cultural crisis, so what do you think? What could be the cornerstone of a transatlantic conservative alliance? What could be the cornerstone of a transatlantic
I think that, as we've been talking about, the cornerstone of any transatlantic conservative alliance will actually have to be shared traditional values, which is amazing because 20 years ago, the right was totally disunified about traditional values, and I think that's why you had the subsequent 20 years. And if you went back to the year 2000 and you said what unifies the right, what you would say is there's actually a lot of social debate over everything from sort of abortion to same-sex marriage, but there's pretty good coincidence on foreign policy and on economics. And now it's kind of the opposite. If you were to talk about the things that unite the right, the thing that unites the right is opposition to wokeness. So opposition to transgender philosophy, for example. That opposition to the idea that the sexual revolution of the 1960s was a genius move. There's actually a pretty wide consensus across the entire right on those particular issues. In the fundamentals, what I really mean here is that church, in the fundamentals, God. I mean, we keep coming back to that. Religion. But if you're going to build from anything, we keep coming back to that. But if you're going to build from anything, that's the most solid basis from which human beings have ever built anything. Everything else can be the best basis from which to build. Everything else can be argued. People can make arguments on either side with regard to the free market. I think the arguments stack up very strongly in favor of the free market. But you can hear people who suggest particular governmental interventions that they think are more salutary or not. But when it comes to actually building a civilization, the only fundamental basis of civilization that has ever truly lasted the test of time is one that is built on the notion that there is a right and there is a wrong, and that is divine in origin, and that human beings are made in the image of God. They're given both rights and duties because they're freely choosing creatures that God put on earth to serve. That seems like a pretty good basis for a shared civilization.
Ivan, great speech. I really liked what you said. Ivan, great speech. I really liked what you said, especially about the resurgence and the revival of the church. That was great to hear you say that. My name's Daniel Cohen. I'm with the Real Life Network. My name's Daniel Cohen. I'm with the Real Life Network. It's pro-God, pro-Israel, pro-Bible, pro-family. I actually live in Israel. I'm American and Israeli. Horrified. And I was, as I think most people, horrified. Common sense. As I think most people, most common sense people were by the murder of the Israeli diplomats in Washington, D.C. As that was, it was shocking as that was. It was shocking, but I have to say, I wasn't surprised. 2 years after 18 months free Palestine to 2 years from the river to the sea, free Palestine, and from the river to the sea, and the calls for intifada, which literally are to murder and to the left is going to do what the left is going to do, but. How the left is going to do what the left is going to do, but how do you on the right engage more vocal conservatives, people on the right, to become more vocal, to become more active, and to engage in this fight to support Israel?
I think that the first thing that people on the right and generally in Western civilization should understand are the people that Israel are fighting that this entire West really understands. And that's something that this country actually really understands, which is why they closed their borders to migrants who are coming from especially those areas. The notion that Hamas has a hatred for Jews, but they love Christians. It's patently insane. The notion that it's insane. I mean, it's patently insane. The notion that Hamas, they really, and wearing all the people shouting from the river to the sea, on the one hand, and wearing on the one other a Hamas, on the one hand a rainbow flag, and on the other a Hamas armband. Like these people are friends to traditional people of Western civilization. They're not friends. Traditional people of Western civilization. They're not friends. They're enemies of Israel. There's a reason why the enemies of Israel not only are constantly talking about how they wish to not only kill Jews, but also to free all Andalus, bizarre notion. Right? All of the hatred, bizarre notion, radical Islamic world, all of the hatred of the radical Islamic world is directed against Jews. It's so historically ignorant. The reality is that for about 1,000 years, for significantly more than 1,000 years, the main target of radical Islamists was Christians. Constantinople. I mean, Istanbul used to be called Constantinople. Coptic Lebanon used to be a Christian country. Demographic group. Coptic Christians used to be a major demographic group in Egypt. Actually, I was talking as I got off the plane today with a nun from Syria, and she was talking to me about the threats that now exist to Christians in Syria and Lebanon, have existed there for a while, and she was pointing out the solidarity between Jews and Christians along these lines. The absolute willingness to ignore that in favor of bizarre conspiracy theories about Jewish power. I wish I could say that I understand it beyond the simple conspiratorial desire for somebody to blame for your own problems. But again, this seems to be a perfectly clear civilizational conflict. And pretending otherwise is a great way to commit societal suicide, as we're finding out from France and the UK right now.
West, art, literature, and history are constantly being rewritten in the name of decolonization. Hello, Mr. Shapiro. My question is about how across all of the West, art, literature, and history are constantly being rewritten in the name of decolonization.
I've said this for a long time.
And what can we conservatives personally do to protect our culture without being called a racist?
The proper response, very often, I've said this for a long time. I think my entire career. The proper response, very often, I'll go to a campus, somebody will call me racist, I'm on a show, and the proper response to you're a racist is not, let me explain to you 10 reasons why I'm not a racist. That's a losing argument. The proper response is why I'm not a racist. That's a losing argument. The proper response is, right, that's the actual proper response. If somebody calls you a racist, the proper response is to flip them the bird or to tell them to F off. And the reason for that is because what they are doing there is, that's not an argument, that's character assassination. Calling me a racist. And you can't fight back against the character assassination by legitimizing the person who's actually making the argument. The minute that you start defending yourself, I'm not a racist, let me tell you all the reasons why I'm not a racist. What you're actually saying is, you're a reasonable person who's calling me a racist, which means that it's reasonable for you to call me a racist or to think that I'm a racist, which means that maybe I'm a racist. There's no reason to even humor the argument. So I think the first thing that the West has to do when it comes to many of these arguments is to throw the bird. It is okay. You have no evidence of this. Not only do you have no evidence of this, it makes you a schmuck to actually make this argument and to character assassinate people that you know nothing about and against all available fact patterns. It is okay to simply reject you do not have to make a logical retort to an insult. In fact, a logical retort to an insult is typically either walk away or the only actual appropriate response to an insult is to take umbrage and to either walk away or to engage on the same level that somebody's insulting you. All right, one more question.
Hi, Mr. Shapiro. I have a question regarding the relationship of Israel and Germany. The new German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, who is a conservative, says he does no longer understand what Israel is doing in Gaza and that the war cannot be explained with the fight against Hamas anymore. I wonder how dangerous is this for Israel and are Europe and especially Germany still on Israel's side?
Obviously it's not good for Israel that so many of the European powers have decided that basically they're fine with Hamas regaining control of the Gaza Strip. And I'd recommend to the Chancellor that if he has a good plan for Gaza, he should table it right now. Because I've heard zero plans from anyone that are actually practical or practicable. Because the Palestinian population, there's a reason that no country in the region will take the Palestinians. There is a reason for that, and it is because the Palestinian population, by polling data, by literally all polling data, is heavily terror supportive. And many countries don't want that in their country, and I think rightly so. The notion that Israel is supposed to sort of leave and then leave Hamas as the governing power in the Gaza Strip is insane. Obviously, no one is positing any other solutions, including the Chancellor. So my response to that is always the same. The minute that you posit an actual practical plan that doesn't involve Hamas actually running the place again, redeveloping all of its territory. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Firing rockets into Israel, attacking its neighbors, and oppressing its own people, while, by the way, still holding Israeli hostages. The minute you come up with that plan, I'm happy to hear it. Otherwise, you should shut up. All right, bye. Everybody, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
kérdéseket, nagyon szépen köszönjük a kérdéseket, és a Ben Shapiro show-t is remek volt. Ez aztán mozgalmas nap volt, Dani, igazi feltöltődés, természetesen, hogyha az embernek patrióta szíve van. Köszönjük a kérdéseket, nagyon szépen köszönjük a kérdéseket, és a Ben Shapiro, igen, ez jó kérdés, jogos kérdés.
That was an active day. What do you think, Daniel? Really good a recharge, especially if you have a patriotic heart. Now, Steffi, where is the end is nowhere near in sight. Yes, that is true. Where is the end? Because we will continue from here tomorrow. But should you visit us tomorrow, naturally you should. Our Friday is going to be wonderful. You should follow us because we will have great names on Friday, like Peter Szijjártó, Foreign Minister of Hungary, Alice Wilder, Gergely Gulyás, or Gert Wilders, for example. So it is worthwhile staying with us tomorrow as well. It's a great lineup. Again, thank you again for spending the day with us, for taking part, for participating. And we still see the core of the people right here following us on the spot. Thank you again for those watching us on TV. And thank you for watching us on the Patriots YouTube channel as well. Thank you for spending the day with us. I won't take much more of your time. Thank you very much. We expect to see you tomorrow.
Everyone, adios. Viszontlátásra.
Viszontlátásra.